The seas still whisper of gods and monsters. It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike, each calling for glory. Champions League begins now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, and also couches, tables, chairs, other distinguished guests, it's finals weekend! Alrighty, what a time to be alive. We are very excited here to present some games for you today. I'm going to be as upfront as I can. The challenges portion that we're going to be watching first is done from recorded games. Unfortunately, one of our players came into a lot of unavoidable real-life situation, so they had to play these kind of off-stream. So I have the recordings. We're going to watch them. You may have already seen these games. You may not. I doubt it. I haven't watched them. This is going to be the first for me. So we're not going to be taking too much time. Let's jump over to the draft, talk you through it. We've got Deceive and Tiger Boss to kick off today. Following this up, we then have the third, fourth place match. And then if you take a look below, we've got Rapple versus Recon for the Champions League. That is live. And then we've got Mr. versus Mosca as well for the winners finals to see who goes onto the final day without having to play that second match. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. Jumping over to the bracket just to show you what Challengers League is looking at like right now before these games start. Let's jump over to it. Alrighty, so you can see here that we've got Nullus, we've got Isamato. They've already played. Nullus is in the finals, awaiting this series we're about to cast. The player there, the people who win this series, or the person who wins this series, will be playing tomorrow. It's going to be a best of 7. Nullus versus whoever wins this one, and then we're going to be doing that third, fourth place match straight away. So let's jump over to the draft, see what's going to happen. Jump into game number 1. Well, that is bound to happen. That is bound to happen. Oh, dear. No worries. It's all going to be sorted out in a hot tick here. All right. So while I fix my camera up, take a nice little cheeky look-see at all the good stuff here that's going to be happening. So we've got both players actually taking that Oranos first, which is absolutely wild, wouldn't you say? Absolutely wild, to say the very least. So following that up, the bans there, Tiger Boss bans out Kronos, Deceive bans out Noir. Then Tiger Boss actually grabs himself the Shennong, of which Deceive then takes himself Gaia and Set. Tiger Boss grabs Fushi and Zeus. Deceive grabs Poseidon and Isis. Then Tiger Boss gets that Thor and Ra to round out his draft. And then there is the Hades there. We are going to be moving in onto the map Giza, as you can see here with all of the beautiful shenanigans here on this one. Hades has had a lot of success in this matchup for our matchup number 1. So, well, I guess I have to do that exact same thing here, don't I? Whoopsie daisies. Hello there. Alrighty, let's jump into game number 1, guys, and see what's going to happen. Alright, onto the map, Giza. Let's go ski. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at the bottom of the map, sporting as the blue Fushi. His name is Tiger Balls. Dun, 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 dun. This is the Challengers League finals. No, semifinals. The Challengers League semifinals. It says over there. So anything that I say can be refuted by the fact that it says it right there. And Tiger Balls' opponent today in the red color playing as Hades is Deceive. So this is really, really interesting that this draft that happened between these two, both of them are actually kind of at their core Atlantean players. They're at their core Atlantean players. So effectively, they both picked Oranos, and then Tiger Boss obviously banned out the Chronos because, well, either A, he doesn't want to have to play against a Chronos rush, or B, he thinks if I ban that away from Deceive, he's got a better chance because Tiger Boss is a pretty rounded player now. He did start being pretty straight down the line, only really playing the Atlanteans, and then he slowly started to make that champion, not that champion pool, that god pool a little bit larger. He plays all the gods now to a pretty comfortable level. So he's probably feeling a little bit comfortable just going, well, what if we do this? Now, there could have been a completely different drafting strategy for Tiger Boss in this one, where he goes, well, I'll grab the Oranos. We won't ban out, we'll ban out one Atlantean, and if your opponent then picks or doesn't ban an Atlantean, then you can take 2, leaving your opponent with 0 as an idea. But he didn't want to go down that route. So the idea could have been to like ban out the Gaia first and then pick Kronos as his first pick there. But he's obviously feeling very comfortable on these on these Chinese civs here, so gods here. So that's what he's going to be going for. Now he does get that back gold mine, which generally doesn't really make much of a difference in this matchup, but it might. Ooh, little couple of goats getting stolen away there from Deceive. It might make things a little bit spicy on the fact that you could feel like you're very much safe here to get away with things like a fast mythic. However, Hades can hit nice and strong, nice and early if you're not careful. So with things like the Cyclops Rush with an Underworld, also the Forward Fortress type idea with Petropolis can break that sort of a fast mythic type angle, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Now we are seeing the Classical Ages coming through as Chi-Yo to come in for Tiger Boss and Athena to come through for Deceive. And this is a slightly later advance time than we've started to be seeing, as the Hades players are like, well, what if we can do everything but still get a 4-minute advance time? And well, the answer is that most Hades players feel a little bit more comfortable doing that. You get your heroes out faster, you're going to put some harass on earlier, you can get your relics in quicker, and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. But Deceive says, well, I'm playing against Fushi. There's not really much I'm going to be able to do here early on, so we'll just take the safe route, or the greedier route, get to the Classical Age a little bit later. Moving forward, going to pick up this first relic here. It is the Dwarven Calipers at the moment. Dwarven Calipers, Siege, going to be cheaper. That's a huge relic actually there for Deceive. Over on to the left side, there is another relic. This is Shennong's Okre Whip. And this is going to be a really nice one here for anyone to pick up. Farms generally are very important, especially for the Fushi. Not so much for the Hades, but it could come in pretty handy a little bit later. There's also that Gungnir Odin Spear, boosting up Hoplites or Halberdiers. Halberdiers generally don't see much play in this specific matchup unless the Hades player wants to do something a little bit offbeat. And that seems to be all I can see, as there is this Black Lotus here. Wow, you've got Black Lotus and Shennong's Okra Whip. It might not seem like a lot, but 25% bonus gather rate on your farms for the late game. Oh, that's going to be a lot of Tiger Cav, or very simple to spam out Tiger Cav. So if Tiger Boss plays into that sort of an idea, he's going to be very, very happy. Getting out the Najjar to kick things off here right away. And into the main base, we see a military academy. We see an archery range for Deceive. Pretty interesting start, actually. This is not something you see all too often in this matchup. There's actually a lot of stuff that can kind of go wrong here for the Hades inside of doing this. For example, you've got a pretty immobile army, so you can get lightning weapons twice. One to take out the restoration, and one to cause some other issues as well after that's down. And, well, a whole bunch of other stuff. But it looks like, actually, it's going to be Tiger Boss going for the town center. Now, this is very, very, very delayed. Which does actually cause some issues. I would say some issues for Tiger Boss on the fact that Deceive can just spam some units out, walk across the map, and then come and deal with this. The Tosca Boss is in position, gets that scouting in, sees exactly what's going on here, and Tiger Boss drops the town center, and I'm almost certain, as this Yatsa is going to get chased down by the Achilles, he does move at the same speed, but with there you go, with a little bit of micro. A little bit of micro, you're going to be able to get away. But in fact, Tiger Boss goes, I'm going to juke back straight past you. And we're going to look for some snipes in the main base, as he's expecting to be seeing some pressure onto this position. Just still over onto that spot. This Yatsa, to get over onto that food would be absolutely gigantic for Tiger Boss here at the moment, as the Ajax coming through. Minotaur will be getting taken out there very, very promptly, as a couple of Pioneers are in to cause some problems. As there's Najjar targeting this down, they will retreat back past their wooden wall. But now, these two Kwafu, I have to say, they're looking a little bit funny over here. They obviously can jump over onto wood, but do you really need wood here? Surely you want gold in this position as the Fu Shi. So, yeah, a little bit funky. And actually behind this, I love this idea from Deceive. Light pressure early on, right? What this makes your opponent feel like is you're going for an all-in-one town center idea, right? That's what it makes your opponent feel like. So they're going to spam units. What's the best way to capitalize on this? Well, if your opponent goes 2 TC spamming units, you go Heroic Ages Hades. You get access to free ballistics, which is 400 resources. You get access to a Nemean Lion, which is 250 gold, plus 25 favor, which is around about 500 extra resources. So now we're up to 900. And then we get ourselves Curse, which does 800 resources worth of damage. So your Heroic Age literally pays for itself on the fact that your opponent is spamming units. You're going to kill them off with Curse. Everything else you get is a huge boost. And then you get to play from that position with Heroic Age units, with Peltas, with Fortress and Petropolis, and Deceive. Yeah, Deceive is going to be going for some pretty nasty moves here. Not only that, Tiger Boss has got to actually set up defense. He is not well prepared for these sorts of attacks. Idle time on these villagers on the food, absolutely disastrous. It kind of looks like he's trying to get to the Heroic Age himself, so he's not actually falling for Deceive's sort of move here. He's not spammed out too many units, but he's not getting food income. So that's an issue. So his Heroic Age is being delayed significantly because this did not get finished up, and he's pushed off of this food, and problems are a little bit afoot here. Nice control there from Deceive to try and get away from the Najjar, but even better control from Tiger Boss as he manages to get everything confused there, and now Deceive has to move away, and Heroic Age is in with Fortress down in the face. Now, this is the correct play for Tiger Boss. We'll see if he's going to be going for it. The correct play is not to put any more buildings around here. We are going to be sacrificing a position here. It's either sacrifice the main base, or it's going to be sacrificing this town center. You've got to buy time here. Losing villages, Just don't do that. And you can pull back into them. Actually, you don't want to sacrifice the main town center because you want that back gold mine. So sacrificing this town center is fine and all the other good stuff. But you want to basically sack something here. You have to respect this type of a move from the Hades player. Because you're just way in front on income, right? But you haven't quite paid everything off yet. So you've got to just buy your time. And, well, effectively you have to just... You got to play sort of tower defense to some degree and just hold to allow that economy to kick into gear to carry you through. However, Goldmang is in, and there is a completely different angle here. A completely different angle for Tiger Boss, which is get to the heroic age. Nah, I think he's too late. I think he's too slow here. I was going to say you get to the heroic age, you drop down forest protection, you get yourself this attachment onto the machine workshop, and you spam out a whole bunch of crossbows to sort of defend this stuff. The other alternative is actually to go for Tao Wu, zoom in and kill off the Petropoli with those, and then sort of sacrifice them to some degree. But that's an angle to try and defend yourself as the units are now queued up, and Tiger Boss a little bit of panic here. He's got no reason to panic. No reason whatsoever. He just has to run with these villagers, make sure they're safe, get them over onto this place, and defend in this main base here. Defend this back position. In fact, he probably doesn't even need to defend this town center for now because he's got the back gold mine. He just needs to be over on this food, and he should be okay. Meanwhile, Curse gets dropped down. Lightning weapons comes through. The Terracotta Riders going after the Petropolis. Not able to finish it off there as a Restoration keeps that alive. Another Terracotta Riders is over onto this side as well. And Tiger Boss here sends everything forward. And all of a sudden, no defense was had there. He does manage to maybe steal those goats and send them back into the main base. But now he's down 2 lots of Terracotta Riders and a whole bunch of units. And he has to somehow make up another 2,000 resources worth of military. So gigantic decision-making misplay here from Tiger Boss. He had to run. There's no way to defend this position. Nonetheless, he's still got a villager advantage, so there is still a little bit of something that he can do to try and keep himself going here. One very, very nice idea would be to go for a couple more Tao Wu here. A couple more Tao Wu and use those to, like I said, charge in and take out the Petropolis. They do a whole bunch of crush damage, a whole bunch of hack damage, so they are, and also that special does do 150 crush and 10 hack as well. So you can basically run over the Petropoli, I think this works, and then sit there and whack them down. You will lose the Tao Wu for it, but at the very least just slowing your opponent down, which is well worth it. Also on the fact that there's a whole bunch of favor currently accrued as well. Nonetheless, Deceive now, his plan is very simple. Charge in here, push off this gold mine, or just siege down the main town center. Whatever works here is absolutely fine. As now Tiger Boss is feeling like he might have an army which can fight. I was saying we wouldn't see halberdiers here, but a very, very rare amount of Hippias actually coming in onto this fight as the Peltast onto the back line there, taking down those fire archers nicely. All that being said, this is not looking like the best fight for Deceive at the moment, even though he's got a ton of military resource advantage. The population differential is very, very close, and all of a sudden, those White Horse Cavalry are going to be able to get in onto the backside here and actually take out the Petropoli. Picks off a couple, has to pull back. Now Prodromi are in, and you absolutely need Halberdier in order to make sure you can deal with this. But Deceive, overcommitting on this position without any defenses, he drops all of those Petropoli, and all of a sudden the military resource differential has been equalized, and there's a 11 villager advantage for Tiger Boss. He is absolutely fine in this position, but he is pushed into a corner, which makes things difficult. He can come over here and finish. He can grab this hunt. He's eaten his Peach Blossom Spring, Cherry Blossom Spring, whatever it's called. So he doesn't have any super boost of economy, but he does have this gold mine still going, 2,600 left in that. He can rotate over onto this side for these gold mines and get this town center here as well. Deceive might also want to be thinking about getting his own town centers up now that he's sort of locked Tiger Boss in his base. We'll see if that's going to be what's happening. He does go for an extra couple of Petropoli, so he still wants to siege, which is very, very, very dangerous. Tox Odys plus Prodromus is a pretty interesting composition considering what Tiger Boss is building, which is majority Fire Archers. They're not going to do anything. Fire Archers are only good versus infantry, and there's not any infantry in here. There's not any infantry in here for Deceive. So, well, there's a couple of Paspis, but that's about it. Meanwhile, White Horse Cavalry going to be making their way over onto here. And this is a really, really nice counter unit here for the White Horse Cavalry. Now, unfortunately for Deceive, he's not playing Poseidon, he's not playing Zeus, doesn't have access to Hermes, doesn't have that speed. 6.6 speed, White Horse Cavalry have got all the advantage in the world, but you can use those Prodromi to lead them off and make sure that they can't just get some free villager kills. You don't have to chase them. You just have to be playing defense so they can't charge in and take out any of those villagers there. And now we are seeing a couple of those halberdiers to come through. This is going to be a very big boost for him. One other idea now for Deceive as well is actually to get yourself that golden apples tech, go up to 100 favor and have restoration, because quite clearly here, Tiger Boss, he's saving up for 75 favor. He wants that next lightning weapons, and he wants to basically just charge in lightning weapons and win the game, or at least win the next fight in dominating fashion there. So you do have to make sure you've got that answer. As the Petropoli targeting down the town center. Tiger Boss moving forward. He's moving forward too early, though. He's 5 favors short. He sees his town center getting taken down. He feels like he's got to take a fight here. These Prodromi are heavy at the moment. And while there are a handful of halberdier in this fight, there's just not that many. As the White Horse Cavalry are getting obliterated here, the Tox Odys also doing huge damage, and that back line of Fire Archer just doesn't do anything. So once the front line falls, everything else is going to be going down. We are seeing some Chuko Nu coming through, which are an amazing answer for Prodromi as well, because of their high base damage and the Prodromus low pierce armor. That being said, there's still a gigantic army here for Deceive. More units piling in, and look at the wood income for Tiger Boss. He has so much right now, and he doesn't have any food, which is the big problem. He needs food up onto the Rhino over here or something like that. There's going to be another Petropolis rolling in to take out this town center down to 100, 200 HP. There's now the favor in the bank for all of this, as the Deceive Prodromus is out and about. He's checking things, going, what's going on here? Where are the villagers? These villagers do decide we're coming over onto this gold mine, as the gold mine has expired in the main base. And all of a sudden, our main man, Tiger Boss, while in the score lead here, he is in a lot of trouble. The Prodromus does spot these guys. The units will start to move out across over there. You've got to send halberdier as well, because these White Horse Cavalry will lose to the Prodromus. That being said, over here, he's going to be shanking a little bit. Kwafu going to be making their way over onto that side as well. There's almost enough favor there for actually another forest protection, so there might be a world where he wants to just drop like a machine workshop here, or a military academy, and go from that. As now the main town center under attack yet again. The villagers trying to keep it alive, but I guess this is also a gigantic problem. Lightning weapons global effect here. He needs to actually focus fire down those units there if he wants to win that fight. Over onto this side here, there doesn't seem to be quite enough stuff here as well for Tiger Boss, as the lightning weapons does end up finishing there. And there's still plenty of units here for Deceive to continue pushing forward, as Tiger Boss has to pull back, but he does keep himself alive for just a little bit longer. More Petropoli in queue. Up onto the top side, however, the heavy White Horse Cav have been taken out. Now, with all these Kwafu, he's going to be able to simply just take out these units. They do a lot of damage. There's a lot of value inside of them, but if you send the entirety of the army up here, life is going to get very, very tricky for Tiger Boss. And Tiger Boss realizes it. He goes, I actually can't defend this. I don't have any gold. There is a world where dropping a market, neither player have got one, selling that would have been somewhat of an angle. But yeah, Tiger Boss just not able to stabilize after dropping that town center. And like, here's the thing. I like the Terracotta Rider's idea to delay the town center falling, but he didn't actually kill off anything. He killed off one Petropolis with it, and he also lost a whole bunch of units. So realistically here, I think Tiger Boss needed to, yes, sack this position, but like, and go for that fight, but he needed to kill more. He needed to retreat better. And then he actually needed to wait for that second lightning weapons. I think on that second fight, if he had it, like if we take a look at the post game here and look at the military resources, here's that second fight. If he dropped lightning weapons here, those fire archers go from not that useful to incredibly useful because they're actually starting to do some divine damage. That's 4 divine damage per shot, which means all of a sudden you're actually doing something instead of not doing much. Because, like, is there a fire archer here? Can I show you guys? There's not. But they just don't have that much base damage. So, nonetheless, very, very well played game from Deceive. A great plan. Tiger Boss read it nicely. I think he made a lot of correct strategic decisions, but in the terms of like the actual in the moment decisions, like what to defend, when to fight, how to fight, that's where the problems really did come from Tiger Boss. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what happens in game number 2. Alrighty then. Our next game is going to be an Oranos mirror. Who'd have thought that in Champions League Season 4, now this is Challengers League, but Challengers League Season 4, we would see an Oranos mirror for game number 2. What was game number 1? It was Fushi, right? Let's pop that in there. And it was Hades. Alrighty. Let me change this. So we are going in onto them. Is it Elysium? It is Elysium. Elysium, this makes a lot of sense for this god here. Unfortunately, I don't have the technology here to do a mirror matchup. So we'll just call it Oranos versus Susanoo because, you know, they're basically the same god. And let's jump into, we're not messing around here. Let's jump into game number 2. Tiger Boss Deceive, Oranos mirror on the map Elysium. Alrighty, guys, into game number 2. We've got ourselves Tiger Boss playing Oranos. And we've also got ourselves Deceive. Or is it Deceive? Or is it Deceive? I actually don't know. We're going with Deceive. We've got ourselves Deceive in the top of the map here playing as Oranos as well. This is our first Oranos mirror of the tournament, I believe. Yay! Finally, 2 players that actually know who the best god is. They both ace picked Oranos, and that does translate to potential for a mirror matchup. And oftentimes you're ace picking for a specific reason. Like, so in this specific situation, I think Deceive is ace picking Oranos because it's legitimately his best god. And Tiger Boss was ace picking this one to try and actually take it away from Deceive. Or at least have it for himself, I guess. He could have gone a different way where he said, I know you're going to pick Oranos here. Let me pick something else that's strong and then we're good to go. But Tiger Boss has played Oranos since he fell out of the womb. So he is well equipped to give Deceive's Oranos a run for its money here. That being said, I really haven't seen a whole lot of Oranos mirror. If we go from what I've seen from a long time ago, there was not an Oranos mirror, but it was a Oranos versus Chronos sort of situation. It started with a Terma war, and it went Terma very, very hard for a very, very long time. I've always scratched my head on that one from the Oranos point of view because I don't need to worry about you, Terma. You want to come and harass my villages? I'll have a sky passage there. I'll have some very speedy catapulties, and I will chase you down and kill them. If you want to go for, be my guest. If you want to go for those Terma, do it. I want to go for Murmillo if I can help it. But maybe catapulties with that weightless mace and maybe heroizing them if your opponent does end up going for Terma to kick it off is the way to go. But in the Oranos mirror, I'm still confused. Let's come over onto this side. We've got that Gambantine Odin's Wand. In a mirror matchup, these relics can often be very, very impactful. And we do see Anvil Hephaestus in for Deceive as he goes for a very early Oracle hero. Over onto this right-hand corner, there's another relic, which is the Skulls of Cercipes. This one's another huge early game relic. It's actually really good in this matchup just on the fact that you can go hunting for oracles with those monkeys. We've also got the Ankh of Ra down here, just a little bit of extra favor income. It's not super impactful, generally speaking. Oranos is floating favor because you just get so much of it, but yeah. Dude, we see any... There is no relics in for Tiger Boss. A super late temple, actually. He went for economic upgrades, whereas Deceive has rushed that classical age out. So, generally speaking, in the mirror matchup, you want to play defense. You want to be the defender. That's like the mirror matchup sort of plan, so to speak. Being the reactive player is generally the way to go because there's no significant timings that your opponent's going to have on you, as opposed to let's just say like a Set versus Odin sort of game where Odin has got that advantage early on, and then it flips over onto the Set side, and there's this bit of ebb and flow between who's actually got an advantage throughout that game. In a mirror matchup, it's always going to be the same no matter what. Meanwhile, Tiger Boss, he's doing something incredibly risky, and look at this from Deceive. He sees it. He sees it very, very well. He's in the second age. He's getting himself double counter barracks. I don't think he's going to be over there in time. That being said, what are you going to do? It's going to be a sky passage here. He can actually, that's a great idea. He can go over and whack the citizen, and he's going to be sending in the other Oracle hero in here. 15 seconds to actually finish this off. Is there going to be enough time is the question. That citizen is going down very, very quickly. A shockwave on the table as well as the other Oracle is coming through, and Tiger Boss says, no worries. Let me just pull back. I've got my Galadria in, and you have now been debated into wasting that initial shockwave on a citizen. Now, this is a big amount of resources lost. You lose the Sky Passage resources, you lose the Citizen Gather resources, but Shockwave is somewhat invaluable because you use that on an army, you get a gigantic amount of value. That being said, for the moment now, Tiger Boss is stuck in his main base, and he is going double military academy here, which is just a little bit risky. I was talking about it before. I like the idea of getting into catapulties here to deal with a Terma spam. If you're going to be playing on the defense, you're going to be using garrison techniques to have the Terma charge forward and then catching them out and things like that. But Murmillos, they do have somewhat of a speed problem. They go up to 5 speed with Empyrean speed, and then go a little bit faster with the hero Murmillos. As you do see now, a Carnivora getting dropped down. That being said, there's also another idea of a whole bunch of Galadria coming through and actually just healing up the Murmillos as well. That could be a way to go as the Carnivora gets dropped down. Hero Murmillos to come in and try and take out the Carnivora here. And we're just going to be seeing nothing but Hero Murmillos coming through as the Shockwave does come in. Does he have enough to kill off he does have enough there to kill off the Carnivora. These two Oracles heroes are being absolutely gigantic for Deceive at the moment in terms of tanking, damage dealt. Galadria coming through as well, and Tiger Boss looks to be in very rough shape as the Terma Hero is pulling back, trying to take out the Caladrias over here. They do manage to pick off one. Bit of miss micro there from Tiger Boss. As the Murmillo over there does end up falling. And Deceive will pull back ever so slightly. Deceive has actually got enough resources here to drop a town center. I don't even think that's a terrible idea to go for it, considering the situation that he's got. Or he can just drop another couple of counter barracks and just go into full Terma spammage. Oops. I got these guys on the wrong side. My bad. Meanwhile, Sky Pass is just going to get beaten down. Does this guy actually get... No, if he's attacking, he doesn't get any favor. No favor for you. Meanwhile, another Sky Passage over onto this side. This will get spotted by Deceive, who's continuing to pump out these Terma. There's still a little bit of food in the bank for like to grab here. I would love to see a transition away from Murmillos into Catapulties here. Especially with Weightless Mace. Because, I mean, does he even have Empyrean Speed? He doesn't have Empyrean Speed? I don't understand. Like, it makes perfect sense to be going for infantry against these Terma. The Terma move at 5 speed. You move up to 5 speed there with Empyrean Speed. And then you go up to 5.25 speed. You can catch up to these guys. No problem. And be good to go. But if you don't have the upgrade, then it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Deceive, for the moment, he's dropping an armory. He wants heroic agent, or he just wants armory upgrades. I don't think it's a terrible idea for him to be looking to move forward and do the Sky Passage here, a Sky Passage here, and a Sky Passage over here with an oracles scattered all across here. That way you can see exactly where your opponent's going. If they ever move out of their base, you're going to be able to pick them off. There's going to be no way for Sky Passage to get up anywhere. And yeah, full map control is incredibly oppressive when you're playing against an Oranos player that wants to go for that. As the Murmillos do manage to get out, do manage to start getting a little bit of damage done. Shockwave gets dropped down. Carnivora comes in as a defensive measure there. There's no heroes in for the moment there for Deceive as Tiger Boss chasing down these Terma. There's so many Caladria overhead as the shoot and scoot will be beginning. The Caladria does end up falling there, and Tiger Boss will need to pull back yet again. Now, finally grabbing himself that much-needed technology. Look at the bank here of Tiger Boss. He's got 1,000 wood at the moment. He's got himself food over onto this side that he can simply go and grab. He is going to be searching for a little bit of a cheeky Sky Passage position over there, as a couple of counter barracks now getting dropped down. Citizen on this side going to get pushed back. And look at this over here. Tiger Boss does spot the Oracle. Deceive, if he's looking at the minimap, well, all of a sudden, even if he's not looking at the minimap, he will be able to see the Sky Passage going up there as well. But that being said, if maybe it doesn't matter. If it just finishes, then all of a sudden, you can just pop through this Sky Passage with the Murmillos, and you're going to be completely fine. But Hyperion coming through. Military barracks coming through. What unit do you build right now if you're Deceive? Are you going to go for Satyr? He's got 4 Oracles out, 50 favor in the bank. Are you going to go for Arcus? He's already got himself medium archers. Are you going to go into just Murmillos? Because they're really strong, and why not? Because right now, these Terma, as strong as they've been for the early stages of the game, they lose so much value moving forward here. There's a Carnivora, gets dropped down. Oop, doesn't actually end up eating any, or eats 1 unit there. A couple more Terma getting cleaned up. There's no Shockwave in for Tiger Boss for just a little bit longer. What is it? He's got 25 seconds there to catch up to that one. And now that these Murmillo are at 5 speed, you can see the difference. It's so hard to shoot and scoot here for the 5 speed Terma. Tiger Boss is going to be pulling back. Considering he's been building nothing but food-based units here, this is somewhat of an issue, right? For him to get to the next age himself. That being said, he doesn't really need to leave this classical age, I don't think. The only thing that's scary, really, is going to be the satyr. We see heroic renewal actually coming through for Deceive. He's got plans to just heroize everything, it looks like. At the moment, Tiger Boss, probably rightly so, feeling like he doesn't have an opportunity to get any raids in. Like, if you're Deceive and you've had map control for the entirety of the game, you kind of expect a sky passage on this side, a sky passage over here, a sky passage over here, a sky passage over, like just everywhere, that even if you do manage to catch some citizens out, chances are you're not going to be able to get all too many kills onto anything. Anyways, the heroic renewal is still on the way. As Deceive charging in, there is no medium infantry in. Tigerbot's got to be careful here with taking any fights. He needs upgrades. Let's have a quick look at the armory upgrade situation. Tigerbot's none. Deceive has got himself some very nice ones. As the Caladria there getting slowed down, easy to take down when they get pacified there. As the Murmillo charging through, almost having themselves that upgrade. A lot of very low HP Murmillos that would love to get healed up. These here Murmillos with heroic renewal as well, they are incredibly powerful at the moment on the front, especially with the amount of Caladria flying overhead, keeping them alive. And Tiger Boss goes, I don't want to fight it out anymore. Both players have got a chaos here, but neither one wants to drop it, and Tiger Boss just throws in the towel there. Wow, a clash of styles to say the very, very least here. Murmillo versus Terma. I have to say, I think if Tiger Boss played this, I mean, if his Sky Passage maybe finished up over here, but even if he didn't even need to do this, this was sort of like somewhat of a waste of time to some degree. You've got back food, you've got food over here. If you're going to be the Murmillo user in the matchup, of course if your opponent goes Murmillo as well, there's no problems. If you're going to be the Murmillo user in the matchup, you are playing a bit of a defensive game. You want to wait as long as you possibly can before taking any fights, right? You want to get as many Caladria out in a nice safe position, not really needing to do much other than sitting back and healing citizens. You don't want to take an early fight, in other words. Of course, this forward gold mine was a bit of a problem there for Tiger Boss, but realistically, some better building position here on this spot, like dropping the military buildings just a fraction of an inch more to the front would be more than enough for him to have not taken any damage from those Terma early on. And he would have been in a really nice position to play this Murmillo style. But all that being said, I'm still going to back the idea of actually opening Catapulties in this situation. Back food, it just makes perfect sense. Weightless mace, Catapulties, just bear with me. You've got over here 5.0 speed with Empyrean speed, and then you get weightless mace, which is an extra 10% speed. So you're going to go up to 5.3, I believe, or if not 5.5, and then you can heroize them as well as they go up to something insane like 5.7, and you can easily kill off Terma with those guys. Of course, your opponent will then have to start taking into a whole bunch of Caraballister, but then you can make your own Terma, and you've got Shockwave, and you've got Carnivora, and Caraballister are not a unit you want to be building unless it's heroized, of which you won't see in the Oceanus matchup very often. Nonetheless, let's jump back over to the draft and check out game number 3. Alrighty, we are going to be moving into a map called Ghost Lake, and it's going to be a Gaia or a Shennong versus Gaia affair here. Let me quickly fix this up. We've got a loss there for Tiger Boss. We have a win here for Deceive. And then our game 3 is Shennong versus Gaia. Oops. I must have misclicked on Hades. That Hades was 1. Alrighty. So, continuing along here, Tiger Boss versus Deceive. Into this next map. Have a little look-see at the stats if you like. We've got ourselves a fairly equal matchup here in Champions League. I don't really know what Challengers League looked like for this, but it's seemingly pretty close. So I don't know what else to say other than let's jump into this next game on the map Ghost Lake and see if Tiger Boss can try to bring this one back. Alrighty, guys. Moving into game number 3. Tiger Boss. He opens with the Shennong tech. I love this move, but I also don't like this move as well. I'll tell you a little bit more later as to why, and maybe why it might make a lot of sense for this specific situation, and maybe it would make a lot of sense for other situations. So you guys can learn how to do this yourself. Tiger Boss here playing as Shennong. Over on the other side, it is Deceive playing as Gaia. So currently Deceive up 2-0. It's a best of 5. Win this next game, well, you go on to the finals. Lose this game, if you're a Tiger Boss, you go over to the 3rd, 4th place. So he's fighting for his, well, not fighting for his tournament life, but fighting for a tournament glory, so to speak. Let's check out the relics. Over onto this side, we have the Feather of Bafang, which is going to be some bonus damage versus buildings, plus 0.2. Over onto this side, there is the Sharon's Opal, making the villagers give you some resources back if they happen to die. We've got that Dwarven Horseshoes there, boosting up the cavalry movement speed plus 5%. And finally, the Jade Hair. Love, love, love that relic there. A little bit of extra movement speed on the myth units can be a gigantic assistance here. Now, let me talk about this Shennong farm idea, when you might want to do it, when you might not want to do it. So the whole problem, so to speak, with putting the farms down is that your timings for early game pressure or far second town center do get delayed. So that's the literal problem there. So if you aren't going for a far second town center or you aren't going for early pressure, then do the farm opening. This specific map, 1 gold mine Ghost Lake against Gaia. Well, I don't want to go for a town center here. I don't want to go for early game pressure here. So no problems. I'm actually aiming for mass army and looking for some sort of map control idea. So we don't care. This makes perfect sense from Tiger Boss to open this way. And it's going to set him up really, really nicely into the classical age. He might even be trying to go for fast 3 Kwafu, which also makes sense, but it looks like that's not the idea. He's going to be dropping his temple and going for an advanced time here. The reason why I say fast 3 Kwafu is, like I said, I don't want to go town center. I'm just looking to play the classical age. However, Deceive, he has got some sneaky ideas. He's going through Leto. All right, against China, the China civilization does have some troubles versus Automaton. Let me give you one idea for Shennong of how to royally make life very, very tricky for the Leto user. So what does a Leto player want to do? Well, they want to get themselves out the oracles early on. They want to get themselves a whole bunch of automatons. They want to build up. They're not allowed to push forward. If you push forward, you're risking losing all your automatons and not being able to rebuild them. You don't want to push forward until you know you're going to be winning fights, which is generally once you get to like a critical mass of automaton and a healthy amount of support units for those automaton. So that gives a lot of time over to the Shennong player to get a whole bunch of stuff done. So for example, fast heroic. If I get to the heroic age, then I get access to Zhang Xia, which then means what? Well, that's going to make those automatons a lot less effective in the fight. If we then can go, let's say, straight to the Mythic Age, and we get access to Weng Zhong. This guy hard counters automaton because he's doing area of effect damage. So there's a lot of alternate routes here than just, well, we're going for mass units and just going to go for a fight, a micro fight type idea. Now, we also have got ourselves the lightning weapons here, which is going to be somewhat of an assistance. There's also one other idea. It's not actually available for Shennong. I'm going to give it to you guys because I think it's hilarious. Is you can actually go for, if you can get out about 5 Tao Wu through Gormang, and you manually trigger the special attack, you can kill off an infinite amount of automatons by that fifth, no, it's not, no. Well, you can kill off a lot of automatons. Let's just say that much. Just get a whole bunch of Tao Wu out as an answer here. That being said, there's a lot of favor being spent. Getting out 5 Tao Wu is very, very expensive, but on the favor, but it's not that expensive on the food. So you really bottleneck just on that favor. And if you do get it, then you can just go 10-pin bowling Autobots, and it's a nice little answer there. Of course, Shennong doesn't have access to that one, so he has to pick a different way to go. As I'm pondering the other ideas of Taltier or Baihu or Chillin, Yatsa seem to make some sense as well because they've got high hack, but they've also got very, very low hack armor. So both units here are kind of countering each other. So it's kind of like a counter unit versus a counter unit type ordeal, which will probably favor the unit that has numbers, which will be the automaton. As we do have spider eggs getting dropped up onto the top. I like this idea. He's putting them on both sides. Now, this gives line of sight and also gives him an opportunity to actually take the fight up there when the villagers move over. So, Deceive, his plan is centered around that second gold mine. There's a Chillin coming through for Tiger Boss. Machine Workshop coming up as well, as he does have to prepare somewhat for the Murmillos that are coming, as he's already got a couple. So those will come through. There are 4 Wuzu Javelineers, and there are a couple of Myth units here, so still no pressure here to come in. But yeah, the longer this goes on, the scarier this army is going to get. And I really don't like the idea of staying classical age against this. If you're playing against Oceanus, makes a lot of sense here to do what Tiger Boss is doing, because you don't have any huge threat with these automatons. You don't have to sort of figure out how to beat them. But yeah, I mean, I guess on the other hand, if you can just get yourself up to like say 20 pioneers, then you will be able to start dealing with these automatons. But for the moment, there's really not that big of a deal. For Tiger Boss says, Deceive decides, let's take a fight here over onto this side. The Pioneer, Javelineer numbers trying to deal with this. You can see those automatons, they're just not dying. They are simply put just not dying. Is this relic still not taken up the top? Yeah, Jade Hair would be a huge boost to those automatons as well. Might not seem like a lot, 5% speed, but every little bit of speed is one of the most important stats in an RTS game. But nonetheless, Deceive still posturing outside here as the Machine Workshop does get that attachment. So Tiger Boss has got a little bit of defense over here. He is trying to get to the Heroic Age. So he's not going for a crazy spam units type idea. He's going to the Heroic Age. He doesn't have himself up his next building. Oh, did he just lose a villager, or am I going crazy? I don't know. But getting to the next age is going to be very critical. Fey Beasts plus divine damage on the Dao Swordsman, plus having access to that Jiangxia. Those are all going to be very, very important. The only problem is he's only got 800 gold now to play with, which means he will have to move over onto a second gold mine, and Deceive is just going to have all the units in the world. Now, not only that, he's starting to spread that Gaia Lush onto the front. He hasn't spread up to the top here, but then again, the natural movement for Tiger Boss is going to be the shortest gold mine over here. He could go up to the top, no problems. He could also come over onto this position here if he wants and go for something a little bit funky as a military camp coming down. Still no Imperial Academy here for Tiger Boss is making me a little bit nervous for him because it is a critical unit to have against what's going on here. I mean, for the moment, there's only, I say only, there's 6 automatons. There's only 6 automatons, 7 automatons. But that number can shoot up incredibly fast. And Deceive actually, he's not overcommitting here. He says, I'm going to go to the next stage himself. He's going through Thea, and that's going to give him access to some very strong Quantarius as well to move around the map. This could be a little bit spicy because this gives Tiger Boss a bit of an opening to move out of his base. That being said, I still want to see that Jiangxia, like, immediately upon hitting this next stage. It doesn't cost any gold. Super strong unit. But we actually see an incredibly quick shaft mine here as the gold runs out. That's resources spent that really can't be spent. Nonetheless, Tiger Boss is going to be looking for a bit of a fight. A lot of heroes getting converted here to play around Fey Beasts as the Sky Lantern's going to be coming in. One tech here, super important. Gets left, gets forgotten quite a bit. Sky Lantern, it's super cheap. 100 gold, 10 favor. Of course, at the moment, I'm not super comfortable spending my gold on a technology like that, but soon gives you a ton of line of sight as the villagers make their way over onto this position here. One idea as well now for Tiger Boss is to drop farms or 2 farms over here as well, just similar to how he did on this position. And that can be a little bit of an assistance there on the defense as the forward building's going down. And it almost looks like Tiger Boss is getting out of this position. In fact, he's getting himself another Baihu in, which this guy does. I think he might be able to one-hit. Has 150 times 3. Sorry, times 2 hack damage against those automatons. So it's not going to one-hit them, but it'll probably do like two-thirds of the HP bar onto one of those automatons. So it's pretty strong. But nonetheless, Tiger Boss has moved out of his base. He's in a good spot now. He's got himself a couple of buildings down. Still missing himself some pretty key units in the Heroic Age. Also missing this upgrade here, which is super, super important. Divine Judgment. But now Quantarius are getting mixed in. Now there's already a whole bunch of Dao Swordsmen here, so I'm not sure about these Quantarius at the moment. But also we are seeing Halberdiers getting mixed in as well for Tiger Boss, so that's going to be somewhat of a nice little advantage for him as we see the units now charging forward. Has to snipe down the myth units first and foremost. Fey Beasts onto the back line there as also the lightning weapons gets dropped down. Is there enough stuff here is the big question. Myth units all over the place. Those Sky Lanterns are in the way, to say the very least, as the automatons sitting out onto this spot. They do seem to be going down. It's looking as if Tiger Boss is able to break through this army. After all is said and done, he's in a fantastic position right now as Deceive loses everything here. Getting out with those Quantarius, and now Tiger Boss is free to go wherever he wants. What has Deceive done here? He's completely... I don't even know why he stayed in forward. He could easily have run. He had the speedier units. These are Dao Swordsmen at 3.8 speed, 4 speed Pioneers, 4 speed Fire Archers. Nonetheless, the Quantarius are in, so they can run around. They can look for some picks on villages and things like that. That being said, all these Koafu here can just turn around and happily start the damage at the moment as the walls are coming up, and the Baihu going to dive in, start getting some more damage in as this wall over here will get finished as well. So no entrance for Deceive, throwing units away left, right, and center. Up to the top side, going to be looking for some more entrance, more damage in the main base. These villagers can simply walk over on top of the farms to be very safe there as well. As he does drop one, but no real big deal there. And Deceive has managed to get himself back up to equality on the military resource differential as he does decide, let's push in over onto this side. You have to remember that these Dryads are a very, very special unit. They don't cost any population, so you do have to judge the military differential based on military resources rather than the population there. So you got that Baihu diving in. Town Center going to be getting completed there for Tiger Boss. As Deceive is throwing away even more units. Tiger Boss is defending beautifully here. Absolutely beautifully. I don't know what the plan is now for Deceive. Like, he can continue to make units. He's fallen behind here without question. He is in a very, very difficult position. There's a town center now for Tiger Boss. He's got this gold mine. Potentially playing for the third gold mine is all that Deceive has. He's going to have to go for a really big push with full units. 175 pop is kind of all he can really get away with, I think. But we'll see. Now we got that big peach of immortality tech coming through. Also, Zhang Xia is in. Over onto this side, Palace is going to come through for Deceive as well, as now that Divine Judgment tech is in. And this is where those Dao Swordsmen become incredibly scary. Incredibly scary. But that being said, Tiger Boss should be thinking about how he's going to get to another gold mine. Deceive securing this position and potentially walling off this bottom one does force these villagers to have to move all the way up to the top. But Deceive does have line of sight there, and he's got some speedy units to get up there and get that damage done. But Tiger Boss is a nearly full population. I don't see how Tiger Boss is losing this game on like the next fight. This army looks absolutely terrifying. However, Atlas is incoming, which is really, really big because, well, Tiger Boss is feeling like he has to sit back and do nothing, right? He just needs to defend. He needs to be on the defense. But Deceive, forward Palace, shutting this down, goes Mythic Age, and now he can get his units out. In fact, Tiger Boss will run forward. He'll see the Palace and he might go, ooh. And the army here might go, ooh. We shouldn't really fight this, right? He absolutely can and should fight this. And especially with Deceive running, he's going to be able to take out the Palace. An interesting call on the Terracotta Riders here. But all of this is just buying Deceive time. Deceive here will hit Mythic Age, will be able to drop himself a implode, and that's going to be doing an impressive amount of damage for this stage of the game. That being said, now Tiger Boss has got access to his gold mine. He's got nothing to worry about. Deceive effectively can't do anything until he gets to this implode. Is Tiger Boss going for another town center here? Oh, he's not reading this situation the best. Like, so if your opponent, if you know, like, you have to know what your opponent's doing, right? But with game sense here, you can kind of tell, okay, there's a Mythic Age coming. You don't have enough units. I'm at 190 pop on 2 TC. We should be equal on military at the moment to some degree. So that means your economy has gone somewhere else. It means either you've got a whole bunch of techs, which you don't. You can see the army quality here. It does not have those techs in. Or you're going Mythic Age. So if you're going Mythic Age, then what we want to do is we want to set up multiple defenses. ballets everywhere, and you're gonna lose your army, so you need to stockpile some resources to get it back out, and then once you've defended, you're good to go. But that's not what's going on here. Tiger Boss, he's charging in. There's the Mythic Age. There's the Implode right on top of the army, and an Argus there, dropping that special ability. Now, it's probably not going to be able to do a whole bunch of damage as the army gets dragged into the Implode. Tiger Boss trying to get as much damage done as he can before he gets thrown out of this bubble. There's still tons of population remaining here for Tiger Boss. He will be attempting to pull back, but the speed advantage for Deceive is gigantic here as the army pulls back. And, well, here's the problem for Tiger Boss. He didn't secure his gold mines. He has to take this fight. He needs gold. His gold mine is finished up over there. He takes the fight over onto this side. Arcus numbers starting to look very, very strong. The front line of those Dryads with very few heroes remaining here for Tiger Boss is absolutely gigantic. A couple of Contarius to come through with Champion now as well. To boot, it's going to be able to break through all of these units, and Deceive manages to turn this game on its head here. Tiger Boss, he's moving up to the top side. He can grab this gold mine. He's got the map on his side. He can sneak a gold mine on the bottom. He can sneak over here. He's got this town center here. But he can't be fighting here. He's got to rebuild an army. He's got to get the army together. Losing villages is not going to be ideal either, as he needs to gain 5k resources to some degree to get himself into a decent position, but he doesn't even want to try on match point. And Deceive here manages to steal victory from the jaws of defeat. I know that's not what the saying is, but he manages to get that victory here when he really shouldn't have. And a quick 3-0 here for Deceive. You look at this Implode and you go, man, how strong is that? But realistically, Deceive set that up beautifully, and Tiger Boss just did not make the right plays to get around it. He just did not make the right plays to get around a ballet instead of this town center, right? 2 ballets on this gold mine. Secure that gold. Make sure you're not going to be losing it. Then we can play defense. And because we're in front on economy in that position, it doesn't matter if your opponent's Mythic Age. You can fight a Mythic Age Atlantean in the Heroic Age as Shennong. No problems. You just have to have the military. You just have to have the economy. You just have to have the gold income. But unfortunately, fortunately for Deceive, he managed to get the win. Unfortunately for Tiger Boss, he's not able to hold. Deceive goes in on into the finals, and he will be meeting Nullus tomorrow for the Challengers League Cup, so to speak. Let's jump over to the bracket. I'll show you what's going to be happening there as we'll jump into our 3rd, 4th place match with Isamato and Tiger Boss. Alrighty, so yeah, this is what it's going to be. We have Deceive and Tiger Boss in the finals, and we're going to have Tiger Boss and Isamato right now. So give me just a hot second as we get that all sorted out. Whoops, I'm muted. Hi guys. So I saw some confusion in the chat. Let me explain. Where we have Champions League has got 2 separate leagues. So we're currently covering the Challengers League portion of it. We have the semifinals just then. We're going into the 3rd, 4th place match. Tiger Boss Isamato. Following that, you can see below we're going to be watching Rapple versus Recon. So yeah, we've got one more series to go before we get back into the Champions League stuff. So it's going to be fun. I recommend hanging around, but I do understand if you guys want to go somewhere else, you can. Anyways, let's watch the draft or look at the draft here for Tiger Boss versus Isamato. Alrighty, I have got this draft around the wrong way, I believe. We have got Isamato on this side. It looks like, yes. And it's going to be for our first matchup, a Ra versus Shennong affair. We are watching these games from Recorded Game, as Tiger Boss had some real life commitments that unfortunately he just could not get out of. So he couldn't play live. So he said do them beforehand. So I don't know if many people will have seen these games. So they are, for all intents and purposes, live for you guys. Yeah, so we're watching the 3rd, 4th place at the moment here. 3rd, 4th place shenanigans. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 momentarily as I am ready to go. What's at stake for this? The grand prize of money. There is money at stake for 3rd, 4th place because unlike Champions League, there's no double elimination bracket. So we don't actually know who comes 3rd, 4th without a 3rd, 4th place matchup. So the actual the monetary reward is for 3rd place is 150 and for 4th place is 125. So it's not nothing. There's these guys are fighting. All right, let's jump into this one. We're going in onto the map Bamboo Grove for game number 1. Tiger Boss Isamato. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 3rd, 4th place match. You can read it right there. It says it. So no matter what anyone else says, that's what we're watching. In the left-hand corner. He's had an incredibly surprising, I would say, Challengers League season thus far. I think he's really improved. Isamato here playing as Ra, coming from a complete newbie to Retold, rising the ranks. And I believe he is currently, I mean, realistically, if you get to the semifinals of Challengers League, that means you are a top 20 player. But Isamato at the moment is currently floating at, I spoke too soon, he's dropped all the way down to rank 66, but he did hit a high of rank 8 at 2028 rating. So he's obviously improved a ton. I'm really excited to see how he's going to go here against Tiger Boss, who has performed in many S-tier tournaments through Age of Mythology Retold's history, has had an incredible run thus far in this tournament as well. Obviously, both of these players had dropped in the semifinals, but huge kudos to get this far. It's never easy to win these games. And I think Tiger Boss has been relatively untouched up until that game with Deceive. So he was playing incredibly solid up until that clash with Deceive, which he did drop 3-0. But nonetheless, we're on the map Bamboo Grove. First thing to check is there a medium gold mine? Yes. So they're on the back of a Bamboo Grove map. I know you guys aren't seeing this one in the ranked pool right now, but It's available to play, and I do recommend, if you ever find like an opponent you really liked playing on the ranked ladder, and you're like, man, this game was really fun, let's play that guy again. Add them as a friend. Like this is something that I think we should be encouraging, right? Add them as a friend and play some customs first, and play all these fun tournament maps, and enjoy the game, because man, these can be really, really unique. And if you find that player who hits your style nicely and you can play good games, it doesn't matter if you play the same player 10 games in a row, you know, like that's the beauty of it. So add him as a friend, add him on Discord, you know, that kind of stuff, and get a whole bunch of games going before you jump back into the ladder. It's a really good way to improve as well, as opposed to just grinding ranked games and playing random stuff. You can get a lot out of those custom games and things like that. But nonetheless, let's see what's going to happen in this game. So Bamboo Grove relics, Armor of Achilles. Huge relic for Tiger Boss. This is an absolute insane relic for Tiger Boss on the top there. Why? Well, Dao is the most important relic not relic, most important unit you can be going for in this matchup, and for Shennong in general. So boosting those up is going to be huge. For Boit here, making those healable heroes have a little bit of regeneration rate. On the bottom side of the map, we do have this Tiger Boss Pioneer just sitting here. I wish I could click on this relic. I can. It's Rhea's Crown. He wants that to grab a fast second town center, it looks like. And there is a final relic in the center of the map, Sharon's Obel, with the resources coming back for villagers when they do perish. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves the Da coming through here for Isamato. As I could be wrong, but it's looking like he's going to go for a little bit of a classical fight. So he could be angling to actually go for a town center denial here, which is something that was all the rage during the start of Retold, because the timings hit so nicely for Egyptians. You can get out enough. You get out a second Wadjet, a whole bunch of spearmen. If they do go for a naked second town center, you can very, very simply shifting sands in and kill it. Now, since the villager train time change, this has really not been an angle. You can't really deny it. You also need a whole bunch of priests in this situation, as well as Isamato coming over here. He's got his eyes onto this position. He does see the town center going up as the priest under attack over onto this side here. One villager going to be coming through here as the farms do get dropped down. And now the villager comes over. It's a little bit of the take out this position situation. The Shennong farm there gets stolen. Takes both of them here. He has to delete the farm though. He's not killing the Kwafu. They're still idled. Isamato, what are you doing? You have to delete the farm. Hello? Well, he didn't delete the farm, and the Kwafu did not get revealed. The big question is, why were they invisible? I believe this means friendly units standing on the farms are invisible. That was not a friendly unit. So they should have been revealed. But they weren't. Now I know that there is a little bit of funkiness with how stuff works in this game. For example, if I kill off a monument to an ISIS monument, it'll take a couple of seconds for that monument's effect to stop working. But maybe Tiger Boss stole it back. I don't know. But yeah, maybe converting the farm doesn't actually recheck the invisibility. Anyways, Tiger Boss gets away with it. He really, I think that this timing that Isamato found in this specific game was enough for him to actually kill both of those Kwafu, deny the town center, and just be in an incredibly advantageous position. But he didn't delete the farms, and, well, Tiger Boss gets away with murder. But there's still some issues to be dealt with here in this game. The Wadjet's incredibly strong. Come over here, shoot down some of these peasants. Now, the peasants can use the farms to actually heal themselves up, so it's not a guaranteed kill by just coming over here and getting some shots off onto these villagers. We just get just a little bit of damage done as the spearman charging around. If he can sneak over here and actually just poke down the farms, that'll shut down this type of idea as well. The other reason why you delete the farms is because if you don't, then your opponent can take them back. Your opponent can just like click the Kwafu over to take the farm back. Nonetheless, segment on the way now for Isamato, as he says, "All right, we'll go for some scarabs. We'll push through this position quickly and try and convert what's going on here." As the slingers fighting underneath this machine workshop, does manage to keep them alive with a couple of priests in to heal these up. It's going to be really, really nice. So good little tiny bits of value for Isamato, but he's definitely not in the driver's seat right now. He's going to try and put pressure on. He kind of has to catch Tiger Boss out here as, oh, beautiful garrison there from Tiger Boss. He doesn't manage to pick off any sort of Wadgets there. I think if he waited just a little, he can't wait a little bit long because the relics. But man, if you could have got like 4 or 5, if you could have got 5 pioneers into that temple, you don't know, you can garrison the units into the building that they train. You can't then garrison them in afterwards. So you can catch your opponent out a lot with that sort of stuff. Unfortunately for Tiger Boss, not able to pick off any Wadgets there. But segment is now in. Scarab is now through. This town center will be the first port of call here. But Tiger Boss has now got a gigantic villager advantage here. Absolutely huge. The Scarab will make its way over here. There's a equal military resource differential here. And for better or for worse, there is a lightning weapons available at the moment. As the slingers trying to get that damage done. We are going to be seeing slings of the sun. There is not electron bullets in just yet. The favor is there, but he needs a little bit more gold. So electron bullets, slingers, very, very powerful against this type of a composition. It beats the fire archer. It beats the Dao. But javelin here, not so much. Now 2 scarabs are out, looking for little bits of damage here. We've also got the Terracotta Riders getting called on. Doesn't call them on the second town center, just from the main town center to charge forward. They are an amazing counter here to the slingers as the scarab turns around. The lightning weapons gets dropped in, and the advantage here just looks way too big for Tiger Boss as he is going to be erasing this Egyptian army. So the slingers are going to get that shoot and scoot backwards. The second scarab will go down. And even losing this fight here, as the scarab gets a huge amount of damage on that death, but even losing this fight at the moment, that's not the biggest of deals. Why? Well, he picked off the siege weapons. So now he can just pull back over here, play defense, and he is completely fine to continue in this game. One unit here that Isamato could really be using is the elephant, but he's going in for siege towers, which could work as well. Only problem is if there's a whole bunch of doubt, which for the moment there's not, as we do see another Terracotta Riders getting called on by Tiger Boss. He needs to fight quick because these guys lose HP very, very fast here. Baihu dives forward. Terracotta Riders charging in here. We will be seeing those Wadgets getting sniped down as well as the Javelin is starting to get some damage done. But a little bit of miscontrol there from Tiger Boss as he charges straight forward to his death with all those Pioneers. Great control from Isamato to pull back the Wadgets until the Pioneers are dead, and then he can pull them back into the fight. Meanwhile, Isamato moving forward, going to grab this gold mine. I was saying that Tiger Boss was in a good position, but he is really overcommitting on these fights, and that's going to give Isamato a pretty nice position here. He can definitely start pushing back, but the village differential is getting out of control here. So to some degree, all the bad fights in the world aren't going to be mattering. As the siege tower charging forward, A little bit of shoot and scoot micro here to snipe some units as he's pushing in, pulling back. The Wadget's still alive, causing some very, very nice damage. If you actually take a look at how much they've done here this game, I don't believe it counts the... Yeah, it doesn't... Unfortunately, it doesn't count the it doesn't count the divine damage over time. But nonetheless, now villagers going down as they're charging forward. But Isamato, a little bit of misclick there. He walks a little bit too far forward as the Pioneer on the top here getting involved. Definitely need to be sniping that one. Should not be getting any value there. There does manage to do so as the villagers charging back in here again. Town center falls. And Isamato has managed to push Tiger Boss back. And he's leveled the villager differential ever so slightly. Now Isamato pulling around onto the side here as the villagers will have to pull up to the top gold mine or something. Only 3,000 gold there, but no villager kills for the time being. We're also seeing an interesting technology, Crimson Linen. Don't see that one all too often. It's a really nice one. A ton of scarabs coming through here. He's already built 2 in this game, so it's going up to 5 total. Trying to make these work here. It's seemingly doing something, and it's also what this does here is it forces out heroes, which Tiger Boss might not want to be building at the moment. As the scarabs to come in, going to be able to take down the temple on the front here. More siege towers rolling forward. The main base in a lot of trouble here. The only problem for Isamato is there's a god power coming for him. And that god power is Fey Beasts. And that god power will erase all of these slingers. Without question, they're in a really bad position. They will all get cleaned up by a Fey Beast, and Tiger Boss has to know that. There is no shifting sands. But he doesn't drop it onto the slingers just yet. And one more infrastructure getting taken out. Huge over onto this side. The Fey Beasts does come through, and you can see how little damage these are. Just dead slingers at this point. So a huge hit back there from Tiger Boss with that god power. Isamato just out of position. You basically want to be on top of like 5 to 6 priests with the entirety of your army at all times, and that's going to be able to pick off those Fey Beasts nearly instantly, and they don't do much damage. But in that situation there, trying to get a whole bunch of damage done, just not able to do so. A couple of spearmen sneaking over here. There's no shifting sands, so these spears will not be able to get a huge amount of value done. The army could make its way around here and actually try and fight back, but I imagine a ballet will be up by the time they're around there. At the moment, a 9 villager advantage with a military advantage here for Isamato. There's not enough time here, I don't think. That being said, one scarab to come through. Wait, does this guy... Hang on. That's so insanely strong, no? Use the sage, steal the scarab, run it at a slinger, and just let it die with that explosion. It does 60 divine on death. That almost one hits a slinger. Of course, the damage fall off is pretty big, but you kill off... If you can steal 2 scarabs, you're probably going to kill off the entirety of that slinger ball. All right, nonetheless... Scarabs charging in. Siege Tower going after the main town center here. Tiger Boss still doesn't have units out. He's now finally starting to mix in some White Horse Cav. As the slingers be able to take out those pioneers on the back here. Town center falls. The priests healing up the scarabs slowly. That Jiangxia is through. And it looks like their Tiger Boss does tap out. And Isamato takes the very first game in this best of 5 for the 3rd, 4th place match. Really, really interesting game. Like, Tiger Boss had the advantage. Tiger Boss literally had the advantage here. He defended, like, huge mistake from Isamato not deleting the farms, not taking out the Kwafu, and having a ridiculous advantage in this game, right? Huge mistake there, but then... The bigger mistake from Tiger Boss was, after winning the first fight, continuing to look for fights. Like, the Shennong game plan is to play defensive. because you know that once you get that mythic age in, you get those upgrades in, there's nothing your opponent can do to kill that army. So once you get to that position, you get in front like that, then you're able to convert any sort of map control discrepancies, especially when you've got town center here, you've got town center here, and town center here. It's a super defensive map, but unfortunately for Tiger Boss, not able to make it happen here. He's having a bit of a rough time of it as he's lost now 4 games in a row. We'll see if he can bring it back. Let's jump over to the draft to see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, game number 2 is going to be on the map Step, and it's going to be a Tsukiyomi versus Shennong affair. We didn't touch on this, but both of these players did go for that ace pick of Shennong. I'm not going to wait around here because I know you guys want to see the Champions League. So we're going to jump straight into this next game. It's on Step. Let's get going. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, the right-hand corner of the map, we do have ourselves Isamato. There you go. Isamato in the right-hand corner of the map. And he's going to be playing his Shennong here. Tiger Boss on the left-hand side of the map does pick Tsukiyomi. Everyone very, very afraid of this god early on in this tournament, but did get hit with a bit of a nerf mid-tournament, and he has fallen just a little bit out of favor, but he's still getting picked. He's still really strong. It seems like he's just not going to be that S tier at the moment, but still really, really strong. And I personally, I think he's only not going to be in that S tier conversation because players need to sort of relearn a little bit. Everyone was kind of just like obsessed with the Tengu for a little bit, and also having to defend against potential threats of Tengu was making it very, very tricky to play against him. And now Tengu a little bit slowed down, still very strong, mind you. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tiger Boss trying to use them here. But there's a whole bunch of other angles to play for Tsukiyomi as well. Let's have a look at the relics. We've got ourselves the Ankh of Ra, which is going to be favor trickle rate plus 0.06. Up over here, we've got the Harmonia's necklace, which will be the gold gather rate increased by plus 10%. Into the middle of the map, there is the arrows of the Alpha, which is going to be a plus 15% increase to buildings damage. And finally, at the bottom of the map, the feather of Jingwei, getting a little bit of wood trickle rate plus 0.05. So we'll see what the game plan is here. There's still this big idea, especially on a map like Step. There's still this big idea for Shennong to just be really aggressive early on. There's nothing wrong with this, right? So we don't see early farms here from Isamato. He's late, though. Without question, he is late to the second age. He might be looking for another Kwafu here after this villager. It looks like that's not the angle he wants. He's getting another peasant instead. But if you're going to go for early pressure, you have to be pressuring straight away. So that means like a 330-ish advance time. I'm pretty sure you can go 2 Kwafu, 330 advance still with Shennong. And with every other Chinese god as well, you charge him with a whole bunch of pioneers to put early game pressure on. Then you're going to load up your halberdier fire archer kind of unit comp. If your opponent goes in for Yumi archers, obviously mix in halberdiers. And then you're good to go to just lock the Tsukiyomi player in their base. But yeah, that's not exactly what we're seeing here from Isamato. He's taking it slow, which will allow Tiger Boss to get himself out an extra Miko. He's got 3 actually. He's got 3 Miko. Where's the other one? Looking for a relic at the top, maybe for a hidden shrine or something like that. But he's got 3 Miko, so definitely going for a favor play to some degree. Making Jurugumo in this matchup, it can work. I say that with a little bit of a face like this. It can work, but you have to play around the Pioneers really, really well. And picking off Pioneers when there's Halberdiers with ghostly blue saturated pikes is very, very difficult. The Master of Weaponry's tech makes it very tough to get onto that. But we're going to be seeing the 9-tailed Kitsune opening here from Tiger Boss. He goes, let me drop New Moon on the temple right away. I'm going to pump out a literal billion Kitsune. These guys, the only thing that makes these tough to mass out is the favor. They cost 8 favor, 25 food. 25 food. So, what's he going to do with this? They're a pretty strong counter to the Yahtzee, to be honest. If you have this many of them, then you can, without a doubt, shut down this first Yahtzee. Without a doubt. As the Yahtzee does come through, and that's going to be a dead villager there, though. He does pull into the tower. Now, the one thing here is, this is what this is strong at. Look at the gold. It's going up. Ah, he left it alone. It's going up by 4 per nibble on that Yahtzee. I feel like you just chase it, you just kill it. That's free gold. You want that, right? You absolutely want that there. Nonetheless, coming back in, there's also the Jurugumo to also get a little bit of gold income as another villager dropping. This Yahtzee picking off 2 villagers already. Absolutely insane control there as the Kitsune get in, trying to catch out the villagers, but they do manage to jump straight over onto those farms. Great control from Isamato there. But Tiger Boss pulling back for the time being. Can I explain the nibble strat? Well, basically, you're grabbing these guys, and you're getting in the Ivory Netsuke technology. And the idea here is that we're looking for either picking off villagers is max value because you get 55 damage, which is going to be roughly like 30-ish gold per... not that much. 20-ish gold to kill off the villager. And you kill off a villager, right? And that's big. But you also counter these Yahtzee, right? Because these guys are doing hack damage. But when there's now 3 of them, it might not be as simple as that, as he will pull out and he will be losing 1. But when there's this many Yahtzee, everything turns on its head. As the Xiongqi does get greeted over here. And we'll see if Tiger Boss can actually take the fight that he wants to at the moment. He charges forward ever so slightly. We have that Rushall pre-queued as whether or not Isamato is actually going for that upgrade or not, it remains to be seen. There's a couple of houses to come up over onto this side. And Tiger Boss still looking for any sort of angle to get into this base, but there's just nothing to attack here. Perfectly well defended over on this side. Farms over here slowing down the loss of food, so to speak, because you don't have to actually gather from that food. So it basically gives you more food in your main base. So there's just not going to be any real opportunity there to get any damage done. He charges back forward, has to pull back. Still see the units over onto this side. His dojo is getting built up. there's not really any fire archers here, so make a couple of samurais makes a lot of sense, or maybe a Onnomusha. Super strong to help take out those Yatsa. Getting some more Miko in would also not go astray for sure. He's also got quick. He can also quickly go into either. One idea here would be to go for Fujin in this specific situation. Why? Well, there's still that lightning weapons, so you can use your Fujin to smiting gust the army into your base when they use lightning weapons with your army. You can fight underneath the town center with watchtowers and things like that, kill everything off nicely, and you can also get the Onis in, which are going to be really, really effective with that upgrade. Or you can just go for Hachiman and make Tengu, which are still very, very, very strong. And he does decide the Tengu option, but he might get caught out here in going for it. Now, the big strength here for Tsukiyomi is that the age up is very quick. He's got plenty of goats in the main base as well. So the age up being as quick as it is and all that other good stuff does mean he's not really going to be in any trouble here. Plus, he's got plenty of gold in the main base. And with all of these units, it's not going to really matter. As he charges forward here, Isamato does need to pull back here. He hasn't quite reacted. He does manage to get on top of the farms. Another couple of units in the main base here as he can turn back up here, trying to get the villagers before they get onto the farms. Does manage to do so. That's going to be at least a couple of villagers. Can he get off the other side? Yes! He does manage to stop them. He gets 3 kills. And then he has to get out of here. So he's finally gotten some revenge fire in as the next stage comes through. And the question is going to be, does he go Tengu? Does he go for an extra new moon? What's the plan here? As a daimyo to come through. And we will be seeing a whole bunch of Yumi horse archers on the way. So yeah, not even bothering with it. I'm surprised. What's the favor for then? A second daimyo maybe? Takes a while for it to come off cooldown. 3 minutes. Of course, the second new moon is like a crazy amount of value. It's at 1,250 resources worth of favor to grab yourself. If I had to say off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to calculate that, but it's probably like 2,000 resources in the armory, maybe. The match after this is going to be Rapple and Recon. Mr. and Moscow is last today. The Yatsa will pull up to the top side. Upgrades all on the way, and Hagaboss is just sitting back waiting, which is totally fine for him, I guess. Meanwhile, all of these pioneers just sitting, waiting, watching, trying to snipe down those kitsune. Now, these kitsune actually get even stronger when they hit the heroic age as well, right? They don't really lose their value when the longer the game goes on. They get stronger and stronger. But still waiting, watching, biding his time. More buildings coming up, more upgrades. It's a little bit scary for Isamato because he will have to move over onto another gold mine soon. He's got 500 gold left, 600 gold left. We'll have to move up to a gold mine like there and try and defend that. An array of units coming in. I have to imagine this is just going to be new moon on the armory. He's got a little bit more time he needs. Nice snipe onto the kitsune. Good control there on the other side as Isamato charging in. The favor is through to get himself full bronze. And Isamato sees that. He has to just run, right? No, he's going to go for it. He drops the Fey Beast down. Every god power on this map here just getting slapped down. There's too much special effect. I can barely see anything happening. And Isamato taps out. He doesn't even need to finish the fight off. He knows how far behind he is here. Realistically, when that new moon gets dropped down, you want to just play defense. You don't need to fight. Just play defense. But I think this whole situation just came about because Isamato played so passively early on. I think you need to advance quicker, put that early pressure on, and continue to put pressure on throughout this game, right? He did get some really nice kills with the Yatsa, but he didn't really do anything with his army. And of course, you have to worry about Naginata riders coming into your base, but you've got the farms to protect everything. You don't even, yeah, you should be fine here, I think. But nonetheless, a well-played game by Tiger Boss for game number 2. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what's going to be in for game number 3. Alrighty, so 1-1. These guys should be flipped, right? Alright, let's have a little look-see at what's going to happen for game number 2. Looks like it's going to be a Loki versus Oranos game. So let's just jump into game 2 on the map Elysium. Number 2, we have a very interesting matchup. This has always been a matchup that I've actually quite enjoyed. In the left-hand corner of the map is Loki for Isamato, and in the right-hand corner of the map, it is Oranos for Tiger Boss. I say I quite enjoy this one because it's really interesting from the Oranos side of the map, and it's very fun from the Loki side of the map, at least from what I remember. I don't think I've played it in forever now, though. Anyways, we'll see how the game's going to go, as it's an open map. It's Loki, it's Oranos. Oranos has got a lot of tools here now. I think since... I mean, we've gone through waves, right? Waves of balance patches and things like that. This matchup always kind of felt weird, I guess. Like, you have to do so much on the Oranos side to find advantages versus the Norse, and you had all the tools to get those advantages with Shockwave and Carnivora and like the Caladria and things like that. But since that's all changed with the economic changes that have come through, like Norse's economy has been nerfed, Atlantis' economy has been buffed, it makes things a little bit spicy here, I think. So the game plan from Loki at the moment has to be, well, we've got to play very nice defense. Very, very nice defense. Atlantean is generally going to be the one in the driver's seat for a lot of the early stages of the game. And if things go wrong, then, you know, Norse can sort of break through. Or even if things don't go wrong and nothing happens, then Norse can break through. So Tiger Boss is going to have to find something to do. Now, he hasn't gone for an early economic guild. He's going for a very fast advance time here with... Well, it's not that fast, actually. 4-minute advance time. So technically standard, so to speak. But I'm really interested actually in what Isamato is going to be going for. So there's obviously two options. You've got Forseti, you've got Heimdall. I love the idea of a Heimdall against Atlantean on a closed map, but on an open map like Elysium, makes life very hard. I mean, there is the idea of a wall, and towers on this spot with grabbing this town center and playing defense, but super, super tough to make it work. Let's check out the relics. Over on this side, there is the text of Imhotep, Just going to be build time minus 10% of the... Just 10... Whatever. Over on this side here, we've got the Ankh of Ra. This one's been popping up quite a bit. Boosting up that favor income. Over here, we've got the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. For some healing on the myth units. And there's one other one somewhere. Which is here. Which is the Titan's Treasure. As the Classical Age comes through for Isamato, and he is going to be dropping down a Great Hall and a Longhouse immediately. One thing here that Isamato is probably going to be regretting. Actually, no, he sees quite a lot here. I was going to say he didn't have the spy like quite where he would have wanted it, but in seeing a counter barracks, this gives you plenty of notice as to what's coming. So you know that it's going to be Murmillo Terma. If you see a counter barracks, it could be full counter barracks. It could be Catapulti Terma as well. But if it's Catapulti Terma, we're just going to be making Hersa, of which we want to be making anyways. So yeah, there's no real problems here for Isamato now that he sees that. He doesn't have to confirm it's for the military barracks. So he's going to be making some throwing axemen off the start, a whole bunch of Hersa, and some raiding cavalry, getting walls up, playing defensive. He wants to be able to grab this hunt as soon as he possibly can. So if he can get this all defended, be able to play behind the wall with throwing axemen to defend against any sort of attacks, it's going to be good to go. Meanwhile, Eyes in the Forest coming through. Ankh of Ra gets dropped off, and Isamato, he can drop Healing Spring down here if he wants. He can charge him with the raiding cavalry and try and take out the Terma, heal up the low HP one as an idea. So he's got a lot of options here as a couple more Murmillo making their way forward. As the walls finish up over onto this side, which will allow Isamato to just move over here and grab this, no? Seems like a really nice little position. This does end up getting picked off. This is really not an angle. You cannot lose units here as Loki early on versus Oranos. As the raiding cavalry getting almost picked off there. Carnivore gets dropped down as that's a whole bunch of free favor in now for Isamato. Building up to a first myth unit spawn. Does lose a raiding cavalry for it, but that's perfectly fine and reasonable. You're very happy for that. I'm surprised to see Isamato not moving over here. Another angle would be to actually go for the forward food right now and be in position to run from it when the enemy army comes knocking. Also going to see a couple of berserks getting mixed in, throwing axemen. A mismatch of units for Isamato as Tiger Boss. Continuing to just go Murmillo Terma. Maybe like a forward Sky Passage with some Caraballister mixed in wouldn't be a terrible idea. It's the Troll, Cave Troll, Hall of Thanes, medium infantry, medium cavalry. All starting to come through. These raiding cavalry searching for something. These villages. Can he? Oh, decides to pull back as did not have. I said go for this position, but you've got to have the vision there as those berserks charging in. There's that shockwave. Now a healing spring to get dropped down. He did lose 1 or 2 units, but he's going to be able to get healed on everything. How are you not running? Okay, he's going there. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, how are you not running over there right now? Now we've got the Hall of Thanes to come through. Does he have the upgrade for these guys? No. You can get an armory up and go for the Mithril Breastplate as well for those berserks. Up to the top. Little bits of raids, maybe picking off the animals and things like that. But attacking this Sky Passage, totally fine. Random Oracle over on the corner of the map there, which will get spotted by Isamato. Going to take that one out. Picking off Oracles early on is just so much damage as these Terma charge forward. Isamato has a bit of a timing gear to actually get some damage done. That's the Milo's, he needs to throw an axeman to get that damage. Good micro from Isamato, but he's losing some units on the front to actually make it happen. Everyone to this side, though. The Berserk's managing to come back home. All of a sudden now, the villagers feeling brave to move back onto this forward food. Now, with the healing spring, he's kind of fine here, right? Like, he's kind of fine. You can always pull back the villagers. But military differential, basically equal. The only factor at this moment here is going to be Shockwave or Carnivora changing things. Some will throw an Axeman to come in. Oh, we got the good stuff. Got the Terma to start coming through as well. And we do have Tiger Boss here trying to sneak a Heroic Age in. So he's going up. Now, the big advantage of Oranos is you can kind of do this without any problems so long as you got your Sky Passages set up, of which Tiger Boss does have them. So he can, if this army charges forward, Tiger Boss can just run all of his villagers up over here, over onto here, and be totally fine. So Isamato is going to be very careful here. But also, Tiger Boss needs to be even more careful. He should not be running forward. Not while you just spent 1,300 resources on a Heroic Age. But nonetheless, the Raiding Cavalry managed to come through. We're trying to take out a couple of units here. Is a good control from Tiger Boss to just turn around on that one and keep his units alive ever so slightly. Box formation is the easier way to do this. The box formation and the Terma go into the center of the army and you're totally fine. Oop. Doesn't quite manage to kill off the Raiding Cavalry. Loses a couple of units to try and snipe it. It's a little bit of a back and forth situation here with 62 favor in the bank for a lot of Sage here. Sage are going to erase those 5% PS armor Berserks. Over onto this side, the Mamilos. Taking some good damage there as they throw an Axeman pop forward. Armory coming up for Isamato on the front there as well, as the Berserks will be able to come up to the top. Spotting those villages is huge. You almost have to just drop Chaos here, no? Yep, the Chaos gets dropped down. He had Shockwave. Why not just Shockwave them? Well, that's huge there, though, for Isamato. If he can escape without losing these Berserks, of which he probably should be able to. 5-speed Berserk, 5-speed Mamilo. Oh, no, he's trapped, though. He is absolute... Oh, good little dodge. He's kind of trapped. Meanwhile, the army moving up over here, if he can get in front of those villages and distract this army away, it's going to be absolutely gigantic. It'll be so worth it for these Berserks to die. Sky Passage, however, for Tiger Boss coming up, as the units will be out of here and sniping little bits of army as this is all going on is gigantic. Villagers over onto this side, they do get spotted by Isamato coming over here, and the citizens will have to pull back into the main base. There's still this one Sky Passage over here. And the Berserks do manage to get away for the time being. Meanwhile, Bragi is through, and there's a big timing here of 2 minutes where Flaming Weapons is going to be a real threat. Normally, you don't have access to Bragi versus Oranos because Chaos... You just hold Chaos, right? You never drop it. But Tiger Boss uses that one, and even though he's got favor to use it again, he has to wait. Meanwhile, a Great Hall coming up for Isamato. 2 Great Halls coming through. big trolls coming through. Oh, God. Almost takes down all those villagers. Very, very close on that one. But I think Isamato is perfectly fine now. He's avoided all the pitfalls of this matchup. Searching for one Oracle. He's just not able to spot it with those blind raiding. Wait. He sees it. Hello? Oh. No dead Oracle there. And the only problem here for Isamato is now he hasn't actually managed to make this attack happen. Which doesn't mean he doesn't have a flaming weapons. 4 trolls can't kill a citizen. Well, they can. Without question, they can. They do 45 PS per damage, but they missed. They didn't. You want to run inside of the range of all of them so that all of the boulders hit at once. Over onto this side, raiding cavalry, hitting a couple of villages here as Tiger Boss will be out. Oh, he doesn't manage to get them into the mana. Great control from Isamato as the army over here taking the fight. Flaming weapons gets dropped, but Chaos is going to be immediately thrown down here. Is this going to be enough, though? Shockwave there on the retreat as well as the Murmillos coming through, slapping those trolls down. The battle ball can be used as a bit of a disengagement tool with that special ability. Isamato still taking down buildings over onto the side. He's still got a little bit of flaming weapons remaining. Military differential is now heavily favoring Tiger Boss after that fight. Big mistake from Isamato dropping the flaming weapons there. As the citizens getting cleaned up over here. Q absolutely full from Tiger Boss at the moment. He's nearly full. He's losing units though. He's lost a whole bunch of manas that he needs to get out. His infrastructure might not be that. He's only got 3. Always have more buildings. Buildings are important. Very important. This is going to give Isamato all the time to get himself sorted out here. Now the cave trolls looking to wander forward here, get some damage, but good control from Tiger Boss with those hero Arcus. Does manage to actually pick one off there as Isamato pulling back, though he does have himself some pretty scary units himself. Those great Jarls are going to be really, really impactful here. The villager differential is close. But Tiger Boss finally gets his manas down. He's going to get some units together. Another military barracks to come through. Bronze shields, bronze weapons to come in. Yeah, buildings are important. You got to write that down. Note that one. More buildings, more win. That's what it means. More units, more buildings, more win. Isamato wandering forward yet again. Tiger Boss will simply just... Dude, this army looks so terrifying though. How many Murmillo do you want? Good usage there of that special ability though. He will almost drop a troll for it as the spread formation to come through from Tiger Boss. Tiger Boss will have himself a Carnivora and a shock, or maybe not a shockwave, but at least one of the two there. Shockwave onto the back line does come through. The thrown axeman right on the front here. I don't believe that pure Jarls is going to be able to beat all of these Murmillo. A Carnivore to get dropped down to add insult to injury. Tiger Boss wins this fight, and Isamato will tap out there as Tiger Boss takes a 2-1 lead in this next game. I mean, this game I think this game just came down to Isamato maybe not being fully aware of how the game works, basically. The matchup works like this in terms of flaming weapons versus chaos. If chaos is up, do not use flaming weapons. And in this situation, there was an opportunity to use it, but there wasn't any fights. Like, there was a timing to use it, but there weren't any fights there. So realistically, I don't think he needed it to win the fight anyways. He would have played around chaos. No way to use chaos with flaming weapons on the cards there for Tiger Boss. He has to figure out a different way to go. And then you just take a fight like normal. Like, we just don't have a heroic age god power. It's off the table. Both players. Unless one player decides to drop theirs and then you drop it. So would have been a good way to go. But nonetheless, Isamato down 2-1. We'll jump back over the draft, see if he can pull back and force a game 5. Let's go check it out. So game number 4. What map is this going to be on? Looks like we're going in onto the map Marsh. And it's going to be a Frere versus Set affair for our 4th game. So let's jump into it. In the right-hand corner of the map with another Norse god, Isamato playing as Frere. Tiger boss. The boss of the Tigers. Set. 1 win from Eternal Glory. Winning 3rd place is a big deal, right? Come on, guys. 3rd place is a big deal. We'll see how it's going to go. Relics on the map. Over here, we've got the Fur of Boit. Regeneration rate plus 0.25 per second. Up onto this side, there is the Armor of Achilles. Boosting up the infantry units. That's a big relic there, actually, for Tiger Boss. Over onto this one, we have Tarawara Totter's Last Arrow. Making those ranged soldiers. Oh, God, that's actually such a big one. Oh, man. Could you imagine being Set, seeing this relic, and just going... Thank you very much, devs. I will take my 0.7 divine damage slinger and slings of the sun to the bank, and I will make my opponent's life miserable. Next one, 9 Cauldrons. Huge relic actually for Isamato. That's really nice. Bit of vulnerability for the reduction for the Huskal. Very important, especially early game as well. Over here, we've got that Dwarven Horseshoes as well, plus 5% of base for the Cavalry. Onto the bottom of the map, we have Tearfing and Gantir's Sword, which is going to be healable heroes lifesteal from units plus 10%. And we've already done for everybody. That's all of them. There you go. So I'll see what the game plan is here for Tiger Boss. As there's a couple of ways to play this. All-out aggression, deny town centers and things like that. So long as you keep the Frere player on 1 town center, it doesn't matter if they get a 2nd gold mine. You just have to be putting immense amounts of pressure on and making sure they never grab a town center or never sneak that up anywhere. So you're going to play full map control, full vision. Another way to play this is just say, let's just grab a fast 2nd town center. And if your opponent then goes for an aggressive play, you just defend. If they go for a defensive play where they grab their own town center, then you just start teching. I guess Frere, on the other hand, there is one angle that we don't see enough of, and I think it is a really nice way to play. Look at the advance time here for Tiger Boss. It's 4 minutes and 18 seconds. I think it might even be after that. 4 minutes and 18 seconds. If you advance really quick here with Frere, and I mean really quick, you get yourself out a whole bunch of Herser, like role-playing a little bit like Odin, you can put some serious pressure on early game to get the Set player off their game, and then you can just play your upgrades a little bit later. There's some angles. Now Isamato wall's coming up. We've got that Ulla to come through as well. Very late here from Isamato, but sort of makes sense. As we'll see what Tiger Boss's plans are going to be here. Over onto this side, the Gazelle of Set, Hyena, Anubite, everything, and all the other good stuff. As the Vision gets dropped down into the main base here. Just trying to see exactly what's going on. And he drops the Serpents. This is a really, really bad usage of Serpents here. What you want to do... let me explain why this is bad. Actually, I don't need to explain. I'll let the resources do the talking here. Look at the resources. Look at the resources. Oh my god. Yes, you idled the gold mine for 30 seconds. But I just got myself 30 favor, which is worth more resources than that idle time is worth. So yeah, no, that is not a usage versus Norse. I don't, and you can see here Isamato immediately goes into Valgaldir, as well as he should be going in for a couple of those Draugr. But Tiger Boss grabs the Fort Town Center. So the whole idea of this Serpent was to get his town center up uninterrupted. Then why not just drop Plague of Serpents on the town center? Then you can't... You don't give your opponent... Anyways. There's a reason I don't have any hair, and it mostly comes from watching Age of Mythology games. Alrighty. Longhouse up for Isamato. Now, Isamato has to make a big decision now. Do you either A, go for the all-in? Early portable rams, try and knock this down. It's an obnoxious town center. Grabbed it really forward. You can probably take it down if you're going to be attacking fast enough. Your opponent did waste a god power. You do have to deal with Anubites though. So you got to get a whole bunch of defenses up. It's going to slow you down. Or do you just drop a town center? Just grab this one over here and just call it a day. Meanwhile, we've got the Hands of Pharaoh coming through from Tiger Boss. So also coming up to the top here to grab this town center. And we are going to be seeing somewhat of a boom here. I mean, the thing is, if Tiger Boss reads this and scouts this out, he should just be able to go Heroic Age here. But whether or not he wants to, I don't really know. I mean, I guess also Isamato can still go for the Classical Age Ram idea. Even with the town center going up, it's not the end of the world. As these Anubites over onto this side, Tiger Boss doesn't see the town center, but I mean, you can kind of guess what's going on over there. There's a spearman numbers starting to slowly accrue. Feet of the Jackal also coming through. Necropolis coming in, so a little bit of extra favor income and the stronger Anubites. This is a nice little hearse. Oh, I like this idea here. He's got the double walls so that if the Anubites jump in here, they can't escape and the hearse is going to be able to fight back. However, 3 Anubites, especially with this upgrade, do beat one hearse. So it's not exactly a perfect strategy. As the Anubites diving in here, they will be able to pick off one villager. So will come over and say, get out of here, good sir. Realistically, you want to put all your villagers on one spot. You don't want to spread them out when you're playing at this stage of the game because the Anubite raids are just a little bit too difficult to deal with. That being said, now Sekhmet is on the way, and I mean, Tiger Boss is just in a good position here. He's got a villager lead, enough to sort of overcome the inherent bonus from Frere, with Bowsaw and Shaft Mine being very cheap, with the heavy upgrades being very cheap. And then also you get the segment to get yourself even more of a villager advantage in the heroic age. So that's a thing. Guardian Nubites to come around onto this side. They've got their eyes set on this gold mine. Isamato not paying attention as he dives over here. And that will be a couple of dead dwarves. So limiting these this villager advantage really, really nicely thus far. 2 dwarves going down is probably going to... No, he doesn't want to charge onto the hill fort, pulling back. As I imagine immediately... Actually, there's 2 options to go for here for Tiger Bots. A really nice way is to actually just drop a siege works immediately and grab yourself that segment upgrade. Citadel Center coming through. Over onto this side, the Migdol Stronghold. Now coming up for Tiger Bots as well. And, I mean, you can go Elephant, you can go Chariot Archer. Doesn't really matter. Or you can just go to the Mythic Age as well. There's a lot of options. A-Gear coming through. And Isamato, effectively here, he does have 2 armor, so really smart. He needs to deal with the fact that he's behind on resources to some degree here by enjoying all the upgrades. So there's going to be a big timing here for Tiger Bots to hit. He's going for a Siege Works. He's spamming. So not going to the Mythic Age. That generally speaking, is a really nice counter to what I just suggested. You're grabbing all of these technologies and things like that. If I just go straight to the Mythic Age as set here, especially with this defensive position set up, then well, what's he going to do? Now, Isamato knows this, it seems, and he says, I'm going to charge forward. Sees all the units and goes, all right, it's probably not going to be a Mythic Age. I'll just slowly pick you off with all these Draugr. Great usage of the Draugr here. These guys have got such big range completely. But they outrange the Priest as well, but a little bit of miss micro there from Isamato as he's going to be dropping 1 Draugr. Potentially the second one going to be going down as well. As the Siege Towers are coming through. Bone Bow as well. Into the main base, a couple of Anubites hunting the villagers, but good reaction there from Isamato as he's going to be able to, at the very least, fend them off. Migdol Stronghold. A second Migdol Stronghold for Tiger Bots as he's just trying to mass up. Now, one of the big advantages of Egyptian is generally around about this point in the game. 13, 14 minutes into the game, the Egyptian player is going to hit 200 pop. And your opponent is generally going to be about 50 pop behind-ish. So you want to, in this specific situation where Tiger Bots is spamming, you have to see that that's happening and basically just play another raid over here and basically just play defense. So building this ram out and trying to make something happen, it's going to be tough. Now there is an angle to actually do this, but you want to be attacking the main base, not attacking this Citadel Center, Migdol Stronghold area. Well, armor is to come through as armory upgrades are on their way. Vidar pre-queued for Isamato. A long way away from actually being able to get there, though. As Tiger Bots does actually need to be getting Siege. He's the one who needs Siege. He needs the Siege Towers to break through this when he's got his big advantage here, which is now. So he needs those Siege Towers already out. See the Nubites moving back in, finding more villages to pick off. And Isamato just not getting these walls up, not defending himself. Got a couple of units up onto the top here. I do get caught out. So they will go after some more villages, but there's enough stuff here to defend. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. That big of an issue. Tiger Bots, more buildings, more defenses. Defending this position beautifully. And Isamato, man, this is so ballsy from Isamato. He's trying to get max value out of playing Frere here. He is sneaking out a Mythic Age when the set is legitimately at its strongest here. Now, Tiger Boss is doing the same thing. He's going to the Mythic Age. He's at full pop. He really should be attacking here. But what this does is it allows, in what Tiger Boss is doing, it allows Isamato to not build units, get Mythic Age, have access to those cheap upgrades, which come from playing Frere, right? And he should be able to sack a little bit and take a ton. So, of course, the Meteor, you have to play around it. You can't lose your full army for it. If you do, it's going to be a big, big price to pay. But if you can sort of play around the Meteor, get everything together, get some value out of your Inferno, then you're going to be champion units, iron, and all of this advantage that Tiger Boss has accrued from playing the way that he's played is just going to be down the toilet, and Isamato will take the advantage. Now, Tiger Boss is enjoying, at the moment, a huge villager advantage because these Anubites are going to town. Absolutely going to town. But it almost doesn't matter because you're going to get those up. You're going to be able to make up for it. You just have to make sure you take good fights. Take a bad fight, like, can get very tough. There's now the units to charge for. There's going to be a Ghoul and Bursty, a Tempest, and an Inferno to defend all of this, though. That's the big thing. As Isamato turns around, he's up to 170 pop. The Huskal popping out of that hill fort beautifully there to charge in. Siege Tower's taking some things out. There's the Meteor. Drops it onto the army. You've got to split. You've got to run from this. You do have the Inferno charging right across the Chariot Archers there. He kills off every single Chariot Archer. Absolute carnage. As the hill fort does end up going down, but the Fafnir in to take down the Scarab. There's still Inferno, though, as Isamato picks off the Scarab. Phoenix getting some good damage done. Isamato going to attempt to push back into this spot, but this is not the position to be attacking. There are 3 Migdols and a Citadel Centaur here. But he's going for it. Nonetheless, there are portable rams and things like that. As Champion Chariots coming through for Tiger Boss. He does have the Pharaoh in. Does he have himself his upgrade? He does have himself his upgrade, so empower this out. Get double the Chariot Archers. He's going to be able to get himself back up to pop incredibly quickly. Another Asgardian hill fort coming down onto the front as those iron upgrades are on the way. Slowly but surely. It's going to take a while for them to come through. Champion upgrades, on the other hand, haven't been started. Eco upgrades not started either. So the advantage for Isamato is those upgrades, whereas the advantage for Tiger Boss is the ability to get the double units out from his Migdols. And Tiger Boss is going to be at full pop very, very quickly here. With an Asgardian hill fort on the front, the simple solution is a quick couple of catapults to deal with this. And well, Isamato, hang on. Am I going crazy? No, Isamato has not stopped his village production, but he's down 90 to 47 villages. When did that even happen? Was that the meteor that just took out all the villages or something? Probably. As the catapult, I'm going to start sieging down the hill fort. We do have a singular ballast. They're going to try and take out a catapult. It's a very tough one to make anything happen. So the Chariot Archers can get some damage done onto that Fafnir, as you do have Tempest getting dropped down, but again, what is the point? we're not breaking through this position. Like, there's zero way for Isamato to get past 3 Migdols and a Citadel Center at the moment. You need tons of siege. As the Fafnir dies, gives Tiger Boss even more economy to play for. Chariot Archers pop through, taking out the Baluster as well. And yeah, how are you going to kill off all of these Chariot Archers if you're Isamato? You're just not. Even with full upgrades, you're just not going to be able to win a fight here anytime soon. Tiger Boss is also 3 town centers, mind you. 1, 2, 3. Isamato missing this one. One angle here for Isamato to pull himself back in this game is to drop the town center, but also drop a couple of markets to start spamming out trade. Reason being is you just need to catch up 40 villages, so three town centers plus a trade route is going to catch up in a couple of minutes, rather than just the 3 town centers, which is going to take like 10 minutes or something, right? Maybe not that many, maybe like 5 units or something. This Tiger Boss, and he's in such an advantageous position. Migdol Stronghold coming over here for Tiger Boss as the Guardian Hill Fort going to be going down. But even like, look at this, like even with this sort of a move, this Hill Fort can just get repaired back up. So Tiger Boss does need to push forward and do some sort of trades here, picking off units underneath the Hill Fort, which is totally fine. Just charge forward, take the L by losing a couple of units under the Hill Fort, but you're picking off a ton of actual infantry units there as well. That being said, like garrison micro is a thing. As the Baluster numbers slowly starting to creep up here for Isamato, but I'm not sure it's even going to matter. As Tiger Boss pushing forward. There's so many resources in the bank here. Maybe Yulls or something for Isamato, but he's desperately fighting for this final game, but he's just falling further and further behind, it looks like. Is there any angle for a gold starve? This gold mine finishing up, this one on the front. A tap out from Isamato. There's just Migdols going up everywhere, and he's just too far behind. Tiger Boss takes it, ladies and gentlemen. He's your 3rd place finisher for Champions League, and Isamato does finish 4th. Congratulations to both of these guys. A very hard-fought series, well played from both ends, and a great run from both of them through this tournament. If you are interested for what's happening, Challengers League tomorrow, the finals between Nullus and Deceive will be happening in the middle of the Champions. So it's going to be, tomorrow will be losers bracket finals for the Champions League. Then it's going to be the Challengers finals or grand finals, and then it's going to be the Champions grand finals. So without further ado, let's pop over to our Champions League as they should be ready to go. All right, guys. Oh, what have I done here? This is supposed to be looking slightly different, guys. Hello? Oh no, it's fine. My game is just wrong. Alrighty. I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes. We're just gonna set everything up, make sure everything's good to go, and we'll be jumping into this next situation. Don't you guys go nowhere. Champions League about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's my pleasure to bring to you the Champions League semi-finals. We are in the finals weekend. There are 4 participants remaining. Let's go. Okay, this is super hype. This is so hype. I'm giddy. These guys have been practicing so hard. I got to sit down and have some chats with them over the week and hear a little bit about their Champions League journey. And man, let's just say there are levels to this thing. There are absolutely levels to this thing. So we've got ourselves our first matchup here. The loser of this matchup, their Champions League journey will end. The winner of the matchup will go on to play the loser of our winners finals. Not Rapple, Moscow or the Mister. So we've got ourselves loser semis currently going. Winners finals to be played next. Losers finals and grand finals. There are 4 matches remaining. 4. That's it. So if you haven't had your fill of Champions League just yet, well, I'm glad to welcome you. If you want to see more Champions League, well, just keep watching. And if you know some other people who aren't really sure about what's going on, but that you think they might be interested, tell them to check it out. Because this is the highest level of Age of Mythology being played in the world right now. The literal highest level. And our first game here for this matchup between Rapple and Recon is going to be a matchup on Blue Lagoon, and it's going to be a Poseidon versus Noir affair. I'll give you the lowdown. These guys are practice partners. There is a practice. There are several different practice teams in this tournament. Kavoth, El Matador. These guys pair up. They play a bunch together. They obviously play other people as well, but that's their main big practice. There was Moscow in the tournament as well. Moscow Tunison. They paired up. They played. I don't even want to tell you how many games because it will shock you. I heard it. You'll hear it later. They played a ton of games. Rapple, Recon, Mister. Those guys, well, they went at it. They absolutely went at it. So we got some really fun stuff here. Take a look at this from the perspective of this draft. Man, there are some... one thing that I've noticed in every single Age of Mythology tournament so far is that the meta in terms of draft evolves through the tournament. And there is no exception in this one. These gods that I'm seeing from Recon look very different. I mean, he's got the Kronos. That one hasn't changed yet. He's got the Tsukiyomi in there as well. He's got a Hades. He's got a Thor in there. He's got a Poseidon in there. We've got Rapple playing Isis. He's thinking that's his best chance. I wouldn't be surprised to see him have a really nice go with that. He's got his Chinese in there as well, but then he grabs his Zeus, Amaterasu, and Odin. Our guy is after... Rapple is an Odin main. That's his main. He wants to play it. It might be the weakest god in the game right now, but with Rapple at the helm, he's going to be able to make some things happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to wait any longer. We're going to be getting into game number 1, Recon versus Rapple. It's going to be Poseidon versus Noir on the map Blue Lagoon. Let's go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back with some more Age Mythology retold action. Not just any retold action. This is the action that is to be told, not retold. We're in Champions League Season 4. This is the losers semifinals in the top of the map, playing as Noir. His name is the Rapple. I need some like music to play when I put these cards up. He's dropping his temple up the top. He's got a nice back gold mine. His opponent today in the green color, playing as Poseidon. His name is Recon. We are on the map Blue Lagoon for our first game. It is a best of 5. Best of 5 here. I'm excited. This is going to be a really, really fun matchup. I'm surprised to see Recon playing Poseidon. I haven't seen him pick it yet. I haven't seen him play it. But it's one of those gods that is somewhat of a comfort pick, I'd say, for every single top player, because he's so down the line. Like, the way you play Poseidon, you can play him really, really aggressive with a whole bunch of raids with the Cav. You can play him really boomy. That works too. And in fact, we actually saw, I believe, this matchup with Rapple versus... Oh, might not have been this one. Anyways, it was similar. Rapple versus Mr. Mr. played this matchup on Ghost Lake. And it was a tough game from the Mr., I must say. Recon is going to have to be pulling out some of that Mr. magic, I'd have to say. As Hermes coming through on the top here for Rapple. He's still not advanced. He's getting himself out his Wafu hero, putting his houses around the map, getting himself set up with everything that he needs. And I imagine, wow, this is actually a really late advance time from Rapple, and he's got this forward hunt, which is an issue. One idea would be to lure this giraffe in underneath the town center so that he can eat that undisturbed. But we'll see what Recon's going to be able to get happening here in this game. Let's check out the relics while we're waiting for this age up. Gambantine, Odin's Wand, over onto the left-hand corner of the map. We've got ourselves a pause. I'm not sure what the pause is about. They did not say anything, but we have ourselves a pause. I'm just going to pretend like nothing is an issue here. I'm going to keep going through the relics, because they didn't say anything, so they must be able to sort out whatever the issue is between them. Okay, fantastic. Over here we've got the Hestia's Hearth, which is villager train time minus 5%. Over onto this side, there is the Bridle of Pegasus, as we are back in. And there is going to be the Scales of Echidna, which is going to be a reduction in the food, wood, gold cost by 15%. As how to, they got a choice here for the Rapple. Oh, we got to get rid of pauses. It ruins everything. It makes my game go all messed up. Alrighty. Nonetheless, the Centaur is coming through. Atalanta is queued out. It looks to me, now I could be reading this wrong. It looks to me like this is going to be just a couple of heroes, light pressure into a town center from Recon. Rapple, on the other hand, he has to be pretty respectful of this. You can't defend this with just a couple of pioneers. You do need to actually make some units, I think. As the Theseus to come through. Centaur, unfortunately wasting its special ability there onto a pioneer as Rapple will move up to the top side. He does have these chicken here, which is perfectly fine and reasonable for him to be grabbing. Got to be very careful with the Centaur as the Atalanta making her way in momentarily here, as we've also got that Shennong moving off. Got to be having an eye on the town center. If both the heroes are in your opponent's base, there's no answer if that Shennong gets in onto that town center and looks to deny it. So Recon's got to be a little bit careful here, but he's getting some really nice damage done with these heroes, with this Centaur. Great idle time caused for the time being here. As one villager... Does it go down? The Centaur gets picked off at the top. Great defense from Rapple. Thus far, no villagers getting picked, but just idle time This is so worth it. But look at this. The villagers making their way over onto the town center. Rapple is going to be able to get some return fire here without question. As Recon sacrificing into this position, picks off a Pioneer, going to pull back. But the Shennong now lands, and now Recon has to click ceasefire here if he doesn't want to lose a whole bunch of villagers. He hasn't noticed just yet. One villager goes down. The town center, there's the ceasefire. An incredibly intelligent opening from Rapple. However, one villager dead versus all of this idle time, and most importantly, both of the heroes down for Recon. And Recon will not even be able to finish this town center off before the ceasefire is over. He might be able to keep this villager alive by garrisoning. He does manage to do so. Good control there. But Townsend are now coming up over onto the left side. I have to say, as much damage as was done from Recon, and with the town center up first for Recon, you got to ask the question. That was a center, and this is idle time over here as well, forced by the Shennong flying through here. That was a center, a Theseus, and an Atlanta that was taken out. And now it's idle time caused by one myth unit, one free myth unit. As Rapple is going to be completely fine with moving forward in this game. Granary up onto the front. Going to be able to eat these rhinos. This one low HP villager there. Going to be ripe for the picking as Rapple to pull back. And now the question is, what do you do next? A couple of units are in. Going to be looking for some pressure onto this position as Recon doesn't have any units out just yet. It's a little bit of a raid and even more idle time getting forced. This is super, super painful for Recon. He's going to get Atalanta out. That'll be enough to defend this position, though. Those low HP villagers will get pulled back. Good respect there from Recon. Doesn't want to lose anything. But even more Halberdier are coming through as the Hypaspists are on the way. The Halberdier, there's too many units here. Recon needs units. He's going to get himself out some Hippias as the Shennong is still searching for more things to pick off. Both the heroes on the front means raids into the main base is going to be a bit of a problem. A villager does end up going down for the trade of a Halberdier, though. As Rapple is all over Recon for the time being, as the Shennong does end up getting taken down. Little win there for Recon at the moment. Now the villagers will have to move over onto the wood. We are seeing a little bit of a rotation around this position. Villagers back over onto this food. He just doesn't have an answer at the moment for what Rapple is doing. I mean, walls, if he could have got a wall up, he's got the gold, but if he could have got a wall up, it would have been okay. Farms coming down at this point is not what you want to see either, as a villager will get picked off. And this is effectively neutered any sort of advantage out of this early town center. Like, I was saying that even I was a bit of a revenge raid. This is nice. Does manage to kill for that villager. I was saying, even if nothing happened after it all, I'm questioning whether or not Recon got an advantage out of that early game. However, with the response from Rapple, there is no way there is an advantage here for Recon moving forward. So the question is, simply put, where to next for the Rapple? Do you keep making units? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. You got the Halberdiers to defend raids. You got these units over here to pressure and keep off this hunt and all that stuff. You got the Pioneers to just send sky lanterns all over the place and deny food. You just go straight to the next age because you know your opponent is going to be struggling. eating chickens, eating berries, eating goats, having to farm. A market coming down for Recon now here as well, as Recon is pumping units. Rapple, like, if we just take a look at what Rapple's line of sight is, he's checking everything. He's got this guy just on patrol, but he's missing this little position here. So this wall will come up, and that's going to be a nice little defense for him. So they'll just get pushed off of the chickens in the main base, and Rapple is just getting max value out of realistically not that much. Yeah, I mean, there's some halberdier here, but it's 10 halberdier. That's not that much. He's just getting so much value out of them here at the moment, as Gormang is pre-queued, is now currently coming through, and this means Ballet to come through with White Horse Cav, which completely wreck these Hippias. There's the villagers popping into the main town center here. Recon searching around. We'll be able to take out the houses onto this side as well. So, I mean, a little bit of value here from Recon out of his army. It's not that much, especially considering how much wood generally starts to come through once Gormang comes in with that Vibrant Lands technology, which boosts the wood income. But nonetheless, any little bits of damage here is definitely just whatever Recon can get here at the moment is what he's thinking. So Halberdier, does actually say he wants to fight this? I would assume the Halberdier would hard win that fight, but Rapple says, "Hey, I'll run. I don't want to fight. I'm running. Let me out of here." I guess there was a hefty amount of, I guess, 7 Halberdier versus 10 or 9 Hippias plus a Atalanta is a little bit of a tough fight to take. As the heroic age is now in, a Ballet gonna get dropped down very, very quickly here. 20 seconds with that amount of Kwafu. There's another one gonna be joining in. Over onto this side, the Tower Wu going 10-pin bowling yet again with Hippias. Over onto this side, any little bits of damage. And the villager differential is quite close here because, well, Recon hasn't gone to the next age. But there's about to be this problem, which is White Horse Cavalry. As Rapple does notice this, but there's going to be at least one villager pick off and a couple of units to boot here, as the army going to be coming over onto this side. Over onto this position here, breaking down the wall, trying to get in and pick off villagers all over the places. Recon is trying to just get... He's trying to make this game as chaotic as he possibly can. Hippias over here need to get over and take out those Wuzu Javelin here, as the Toxotes getting sniped. Great control from Rapple, taking everything out left, right, and center. Hippias onto the back line to take out the Javelineer there. But even if he manages to pick those off, he doesn't have any answer for the remaining Halberdier here, especially with reinforcements coming through. But Recon's reinforcements come in. A couple of very low HP Hippias here are going to get healed up by that Lord of the Horses technology, unique upgrade for Poseidon. And while Recon has not managed, no, he hasn't really managed to equalize here in the slightest. There's still a villager advantage for Rapple, and he's up an extra age, so that's like minus or plus what is it, plus 5-ish villagers at this moment for the player in the classical age. So he's in a very tough spot. A couple of military camps coming into this position as the farm's going to be coming through. Recon just looking to pressure. He's still pumping units here, so he's saying, let's just stay classical age for as long as I possibly can. Is the idea. There is a world where this gold mine runs out and then you're having some issues over here. So if Recon can... He doesn't even have his upgrade. If Recon can have eyes on this next gold mine, potentially wall this gold mine off so he doesn't have to think about it, and just have everything over here, then life can get a little tricky for Rapple in this situation. His Dionysus will come through. Bronze will be in. This will be a very, very tough spot to sort of secure. And that third large gold mine, that is going to be a bit of a challenge for Rapple to actually secure here. That being said, I expect Rapple to be here incredibly quickly with another ballet. Like, there's no reason to not be dropping. There it is, another ballet immediately. And there's going to be forest protection here as well to help defend against the big bronze push. Over on this side there, the Toxotes getting sniped as Rapple is just looking for things to do. We've got a cheeky little third town center now coming in for Recon. It's a little bit of an offbeat town center. This is a town center you don't normally expect. But it will help Recon with a big bronze push. If he can get it up without Recon actually spotting it. 100 favor in the bank. Is there... What's all the favor for? Hydra? An extra ceasefire? What's the idea here? Of course, you've got to get the upgrades for the Hippias. You've got to get the Thracian horses. Maybe also grab yourself this Dionysia technology. Units getting picked off all over the place as Recon is inching his way back into this game with these picks. But so too is Rapple doing the same thing. Recon here. Fortress coming up. He's also got a trade route. Recon is clearly just going to be playing for the hyper late game at the moment. He's trying to get the Hephaestus in. Well, on the other side, am I reading this right? Rapple is trying to go Mythic Age as well, but he's got no food in the bank. He's so far away from this. He's just got nothing but units. And Recon is going to be hitting the Mythic Age first. He's on 3 town centers. He's got bronze. He's got a ceasefire in his back pocket if needed. And the question of who wins the late game in this matchup, it's not simple. It is not simple at all. Just on this top elephant over here. Looks like a couple of White Horse Cavalry will be up here. We'll spot these guys. And I mean, the villagers have got a nice safe retreat as over onto this side. A little bit of a fight catching out the heavy White Horse Cavalry as the villagers pull back. Drops one villager there. No problems for him as he gets a nice little trade up onto this side. Thracian horses now in. Couple of Prodromus to come up and at least deal with this sort of niggly raids. You don't really want to go too heavy in onto them because they get countered pretty hard, but just a handful of them to deal with the White Horse Cavalry raids can be more than enough. Over onto this side, the medium hippie is checking things out. Did Rapple spot the town center? No. He's now going for his third one, which is fine. It was just like a perfectly reasonable time to grab it. But Recon is... I think he's survived. I think he is equalized. He's at full pop. He's missing fortified town centers. But that doesn't matter. Same too there for Recon, missing that one. So realistically, it's going to be full iron for Recon. He's got a ceasefire, and he's got the upgrade already because he's got the resources for everything. He just has to get farms set up and get himself set up for the late game here, and survive any sort of flood that might be coming his way. As the White Horse Cavalry do get spotted on this retreat, losing a couple of units over onto this side. Plenty Vault comes down immediately. All the upgrades to come through as that Forge of Olympus is in immediately. The timings here really do matter. The big problem actually though for Recon, though he is playing around it a little bit, is gold mines. Army charging through. Is it time for that ceasefire? You don't want to drop it, but he does. Now there's a great flood that there's not really a good counter to. At least for a little bit. There's not a good counter for this. He's got to wait another like 5 minutes or so. The gold mine situation for Rapple, this one's secured. This one's secured. This one getting grabbed and getting secured. Recon, his gold mines are feeling very, very bad as the Hippias charge over onto this side. There is a Colossus to get that damage done. Toxotes over here getting targeted down as the Fortress is going to be getting torn down as well. What can Recon do next in order to get himself to the next point of the game? Of course, trade route is fine, and he's got the Plenty Vault there to keep him afloat, but he does need to make sure he takes a really good fight here with Bronze. As he's trying to get up onto this side, Villagers coming through for his own fortress, tears down the ballet. As this fortress falling, will be a little bit of militia here to just a little bit more delay on this side. As the champion upgrades come through there for Rapple. He's going to be moving into Tiger Cav here soon. Qinglong on the front. Needs to get those heroes out as fast as he humanly can. Over here, we've got the Polyphemus in to help defend. I mean, score is as close as it possibly can get. A little bit of an armory check. Rapple starting to work on iron. Recon's got everything he needs. Fortress is getting spammed on this position as Kwafu getting taken down. Recon in his element now, all over the slow army of Rapple. Rapple pulling back into his main base over here as these champion Tiger Cav are going to start being a bit of an issue. We've got that Li Jing coming through, going to be able to take out the Colossus pretty quickly, but the ballet on this position will be falling up onto the top side now. Recon sees where's the next gold mine. He's charging over there to get even more villagers to be taken out. Though, up onto this position, surely this is going to get cleaned up. Rapple surely is going to be able to defeat all of these units. The Hippias will be pulling back over onto this spot. He's got the double fortress in. Does he have enough gold here to remake his army? Answer is absolutely yes. Over onto this side, the Qinglong, the slowest animation you will ever see. And look at that damage! Look at that damage! Takes down the Qinglong with a couple of throws there. Over onto this side now, the fortress is getting cleaned or getting targeted down. Watchtowers. Recon knows how important this gold mine is. This gold mine almost out. He can move forward and just grab this one as well, instead of forcing himself to be onto this side. Now we're starting to see Hatairoi getting built. I don't know about Hatairoi against Tiger Cav. I'm pretty sure the Tiger Cav win this engagement, but maybe it's a better idea than anything else, especially if you're just playing defense. That's the Polyphemus again with the slowest throw in the world you'll ever see, but he's going after him. Big fat boulders. I think, does he have himself ballistics as well? He does have ballistics, so now the boulder has got some track rating, which is kind of hilarious to see, but dealing with that beautifully over there. As now Recon, more towers on the front to grab this gold. Another fortress on the front. He's got 17 of these donkey caravans as well, so gold is really not an issue for him. On the other side here, Rapple doesn't have a trade route. He does have 2 gold mines, but realistically speaking, he's going to be in trouble momentarily in this game, as another fortress is going to be coming up over onto this left side soon too. And a siege onto this town center with this fortress placed is going to be really tough to deal with. That being said, Rapple now up to iron. Mail just needs that iron weapons to get everything together, as these Hatairoi role-playing as the legacy Hatairoi running around the map taking down buildings. They don't have any bonus versus buildings, but they do have that area of effect on their melee attack, which is very, very useful. Another fortress coming down now for Recon. There's the watchtower over here for Recon as well to come through. Okay, I'm interested. What are the numbers here? You got 15 Tiger Cav to 18 Hatairoi. Who wins this fight? It's looking like the Hatairoi, especially with all of those upgrades, are coming out on top here. Because they've got all that, they just do so much damage with that area of effect. Plus he's got the upgrade in the armory as well, right? No, he's grabbing it now. Now they're doing even more damage. Hatairoi do not have a bonus versus Cav. They've got bonus versus archers and myth units now. Over onto this side now. Recon breaking past everything. Towers up all over the place. And in that moment there, Rapple does tap out. And Recon claims the first win of this best of 5 for the losers semi-finals. This was not looking good for Recon at all at the start of this game. I think he got okay damage done with his opening. Like, it's really hard to call it who wins that one. You spend resources on Atalanta, you get the free centaur that dies, that does cost you. You get the Theseus there that goes down. That's a lot. But then on top of that, he then took huge damage on the second town center with the Xiongqi, and then he was idled all over the place. But Rapple, he didn't take advantage of this advantage he had. Like, to put it bluntly, I don't think he took advantage of it. He got himself set it up on this position perfectly, but he didn't go for the town center early. He didn't use his army really. He didn't really find any sort of tangible advantage to get a win in this matchup. And while playing for the late game is a perfectly reasonable way to go, you have to be there first if you had all that advantage early on. And somehow Recon being behind and getting to the Mythic Age first, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Nonetheless, let's jump back over the draft and see what they're going to be playing for game number 2. Alrighty, we are going to be seeing something very exciting here, guys. We have ourselves a little bit of a Norse mirror here on the map Mirage. On the map Mirage. No, sorry, that's wrong. That's wrong. It's not Mirage. I spoke too soon. It's Anatolia. It's Anatolia. I am very much stoked. Anatolia. You guys thought we were going to see a Zeus versus Hades on Anatolia. No, sir. No, sir. You've got a Norse mirror now. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let me fix this up before we move on so you know what's happened through the series. So the Nuwa did end up losing. The Poseidon did end up winning. The Thor did end up getting picked here for Anatolia, and so too did the Odin for the Rapple. Super interesting here. Now, I am going to drop some privileged knowledge. I'm going to drop some privileged knowledge right now. Norse pretty good on Anatolia. Soup was onto it first. Give credit where credit's due. He picked it first. Soup picked it first. Now, all these guys are just copycats. Biggest brain in Age of Mythology. He's got that name for a very, very good reason. No idea what you're telling me to do. This one? Is it this one? Did I fix it? Hopefully I fixed it. All right. So, why not Zeus on water? Because it doesn't beat Norse. Why not Hades on water? Because it doesn't beat Norse. Norse is the best on Anatolia. The only thing better than Norse is Susanol. Alrighty. Well, I don't think we have to wait anymore. The guys are in the game. Let's jump into game number 2 here. We got our Norse War for our losers semi-final. Anatolia is the map. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as his main god. It's got to feel so good to be on your main god in a tournament like this. It is the Rapple. In the left-hand corner of the map, dropping Dwarven Mine, the madman. We haven't been dropping Dwarven Mine for ages, but Recon puts it down here, saving himself an ox cart and getting a slight advantage early game. Dock up over onto this side as the players are going to be sharing some fish here. Rapple stealing the fishing spots away as up onto the left side, another dock coming down. Recon is going to be very much off the races here in this game. So, well, this is a great question. Who has the advantage, Thor or Odin, in this matchup? Guess what? I don't even think the players know. I don't even think the players know who's got the advantage in this one, because you know what they're doing? They are expecting their opponent to pick Greek here. Both of them were expecting a Greek pick here. Now, they're both practice partners, so whether or not they're both aware that they've both practiced Norse on this map, I don't know. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there with these guys. I don't know how much of this stuff is just cooking on the day or stuff that they've practiced against other people that hopes that the information hasn't seeped through the cracks. But this is very exciting. So, first and foremost, Recon's advantage here does manifest itself very early on. You can make a lot of dwarves, which you can then put over onto gold later when he gets a ton of food income from the fishing ships. He can just spam gatherers out in the classical age and then move dwarves off of wood over onto gold. No problems. And of course, getting the second dock up really, really fast does mean he's going to have a population advantage here, a villager advantage. A little bit of a check on it early on. It's 8 to 6. 8 to 6 early on. Thinking about this matchup, you could go incredibly volatile here if you want. You do have to be prepared for it though. Like, incredibly volatile would mean drop a dock and then put a temple down super early and look for a really fast attack onto your opponent with Herser and Valkyrie. Why do I suggest this as an idea in this specific matchup? Well, if the players are going to go for the hashtag meta, which is fast 18 fishing ships, the very most difficult thing is being attacked and not being able to get your buildings down. If you can just mass up an army and be in your opponent's base, harassing villages, harassing buildings that are getting built, it can be really tough to take advantage of the fact you've got 18 fishing ships or even more in a game. But I don't think we're seeing either of those players go for that sort of an idea, as Freya coming through for Recon is pretty quick. It's not a slow advance time by any stretch of the imagination. This is a stock standard idea. Both players are going to be going for a similar one. Is there a second Berserk out though for either player? I don't see the second Berserk, which in my Norse games, I generally need that second Berserk before I advance, just so I can get myself the docks up. That's the most important thing. So getting a second Berserk in to get the dock up, or both sides of the docks up, get your buildings down as well. And here's the other thing. I don't think you fight water here. I moved myself back to this is I don't know if AOL Iron Maiden's out in the tournament chat or not, but I moved this back to a game that I played I don't know how long ago in the Fimble Winter Tournament series, which is a Norse mirror only. And I remember every single water map that was played was won by the player who went military buildings first. If you went for ships first, no sir, no dice. No dice. Bit of a forest fire onto the villagers hit. That's not a problem. Gonna just move down onto the back position as a Valkyrie will be moving across here. The Valkyrie coming in for Recon as well. Does Recon have an armory? He's now dropping his Dwarven armory, ready to start getting himself some of those armory upgrades for a little bit of an advantage. Ursura through to play defense here as well. No problems there. And the game to continue along. Haven't seen either player actually dropping any buildings just yet, as they're both just grabbing their upgrades. In a game like this as well, especially with like gold mines looking like this, for example, holding on to forest fire seems like a really, really big idea. Like you don't get any value. Okay, never mind. No, like imagine forest fire. Just think about it for 1 second. Here, for example, on this gold mine, as a nice little saving grace, if your opponent goes for this one, forest fire here, absolutely huge. Over onto this side. Oh, the Valkyrie gets trapped! The Valkyrie is trapped! That's what it looks like dying in the forest. Huge win there for Recon early on. Armory upgrades starting to come through. Relics on the map. I haven't looked at them yet. 9 cauldrons, not that important. I'm probably not going to see too many Huskal. Dwarven horseshoes, very important. Over onto this side, there's the Gambantine, Odin's Wand. Temple, Foodwood gold cost, minus 25% there. Onto the bottom side there, the Hermes' wing sandals for Curse. How are we not grabbing relics? I say this every single time. If you ever see a water map, you know how high level the game is by how little the relics are picked up. Because for some reason, the highest level players, they never go for them. And these are some insane relics on this map. Skadi coming through now for Rapple. Skadi, pretty cute as well. For Recon. There's a little cheeky Herser getting in onto this position. Does Rapple at least have it? No.
Skip.
No. Oh, the longbow tech! That's so funny. He pops in there. He's defended that position perfectly fine, perfectly well. A couple of boats coming over onto this right side as well, as the Dreki are going to be coming through. And there is this one tech here that comes in from Skadi called Arctic Winds. It is this one, right? Am I getting confused? I might be getting confused. No, that tech is with Freya, isn't it? What does this one do? Is this like boosting up your longboats? I can't remember. Nonetheless, there's the next stage. We do have the heavy warships coming through. There's going to be a big heroic age fight here as Recon is looking for all the pressure and onto the main map here. Now, here's the question. All your gold is going to be getting mined out here. If you over-invest on the water to take this all out, then what happens? Arctic Winds is the Dreki. The Dreki upgrade, both players are going for it. There is no secret here. This upgrade is very, very good. This is another innovation from Soup to some degree. I mean, of course, everyone knows that the upgrade is good, but Soup definitely making getting a lot of value out of this throughout his own games and when we get to see all this stuff. But now people finally catching on. There's the Kraken pulling back. All the other stuff getting pulled back. It's all Dreki all the way. I'm not even sure with this technology, I'm not even sure you're actually able to build I'm not sure you're even able to build like longboats. Because they should beat the Dreki, but I'm not sure they do. As Recon charges forward here, he's going to start getting the frost in. Both players are getting them. Who wins this one? The Kraken numbers do favor Rapple here, and the defender's advantage favors Rapple as well, as it looks like Recon is going to be losing all of his boats on this position. Now, units moving forward. The question here is, there's a lot of good units here for Recon. There's a lot of good units here for Rapple. Can you just sack the water at this point? Is that okay? Maybe? Get full line of sight on everything. Gold mine here. Gold mine here. Just deny. Armory situation. Rapple's got some. Recon's got a little bit more, but doesn't have any of the important ones for the next stage, as the Frost Giant does manage to catch that other Frost Giant out. Up onto the top side. Recon is managing to at least push back a little bit here as the Kraken comes through. And we'll be able to... Oh, God, he's not going to quite be able to freeze that one. Pushing into the main base does get defended there for the time being. Over onto this side now. Fighting underneath Recon's docks. I don't think there's enough... I mean, realistically, what is even going on in this game? There's heavy Drekkie for... Oh. Frost? Frost from both players? Okay. No more Frosts. There's heavy Drekkie for Rapple, so his ships are literally stronger. They are just better. So, there's that. He's going to win this position. He's pushing back over onto this position. Lots of units now getting queued out for the Rapple, as he does take a bit of a score lead here now. And I guess Recon can at the very least pull out if he wants to. No, Rapple's able to take the fight immediately here as Recon turns around the Frosts onto each other, as Rapple does get some sort of priority on that one, but the Frost Giants will be going down. Heavy Cav does come through for Recon as he is diving this so very, very hard. Does he have enough stuff here is the big question. And he says, nope, I don't. Let's pull back. Let's figure out what to do next. As the fishing ships all getting picked off over onto this position. I mean, this game will come down to simply this gold mine expiring very shortly and getting that next gold mine, because Rapple has got a big advantage cooking with the fishing ship advantage. There's 4 villages advantage on the land because of those Dwarven Armory upgrades. But, oh, no. Realistically speaking, yeah, Recon can win the water back up here. He does now have... No, he doesn't have his upgrade for them. They look cool, but... Going to be able to take out the dock. So it's going to be advantage no one here. Even though Rapple's got a score lead, I don't think it's manifested itself any way, shape, or form. Like, this is just like a... This is not... It's a fake score lead. It doesn't mean anything. Dwarven Goldmine getting dropped in the main base there as well for Recon. Doesn't mean he's not getting himself any myth units here. So, some very important myth units at this moment for both players are Frost Giants. Because that's what they've got. The Frost Giants are absolutely huge. You could go for Valkyries, but the Frost Giants is so much better at this point. As Recon picks up a couple of buildings. Army coming in, going to be looking to take out a couple of poorly placed units from Recon, but not going to be able to do so just yet. There is a lot of favor. He should be building Frost Giants. I don't know why he's not. I mean, maybe he's just holding on to the favor for more Dwarven Mines, because that's his lose condition, so to speak. You don't want to lose out on any gold. 100 favor for an extra gold mine to keep yourself alive is a big deal. A couple more longhouses to come down. Military differential. I would say it's dead even here. The only difference is a whole bunch of Herdmen are going to be making this full rating cavalry army very, very difficult to really get anything done. As the Dwarves will rotate over onto the left side. Rapple is now onto this gold mine. And Recon... He probably knows that the units are over there. That's why he's attacking on the left. Herdman to take out all the raiding cavalry, though. He overstays just a little bit into the center of the map, picking off more units. As these horses are going so hard. We see a town center coming through for Rapple. It's a little bit of a dangerous move to drop that there, because you can be subject to a mythic age timing of sorts. As the fight continuing up onto this side over here now, chasing down over onto the corner to pick off some villages here as well. Like a Ragnarok queue would be absolutely brutal, for example, from Recon. Now, you have to remember that there was a time where Ragnarok's not very good, but this is a situation where it's amazing. Because, like, it's Herdman cavalry. Like, there's no throw and axeman. As the Huntress Axe coming through. But it looks like Recon is just going to be pumping units out. Does he have some docks up over here? Yes, he does. Fishing ships are coming through. Rapple's already got his fishing situation sorted out. Is Rapple pulling back underneath the town center? Balder, pre-queued. So Rapple is very well aware that this is going to probably go Ragnarok in this situation. Great surround onto the Jarls. Not quite able to pick them all off, but great surround there As a hill fort to come down. There's no second town center for Recon just yet, but he is getting very close to the Mythic Age. He doesn't have himself a hill fort though, right? No hill fort. He's looking for a town center. He does have a villager lead at the moment, so it's not the biggest of deals that he hasn't got it up just yet. But then again, we've seen a bunch of Ragnarok wars, Baldur wars, in the past. And what's the golden rule of the Ragnarok war in the Norse mirror? Whoever clicks Rag second wins. That's the golden rule. However, the caveat is if you click Rag first and it's early enough to kill off the town center that's going to the Mythic Age, ooh, now the person who clicks Ragnarok first wins. So you have to be like, okay, which town center do we kill? Hill fort coming up for Recon. Too tense. It's too tense. Rapple doesn't know that there's a Mythic Age coming or not coming. He's got no idea. So how do you play this? Like, do you go for the all-in and you try and kill off the town center? Or maybe you win, maybe you don't. Baldur now coming through, and it is in the main town center. Like, stone walls here for Recon. Get yourself the masons. Losing literally every building except for this town center and your villagers and your army. Just don't lose it. Just every building is totally fine. So long as you get to the Mythic Age here. Armory upgrade check. Rapple up to full bronze, basically, without bronze shields. Bronze shields doesn't matter. Recon, however, iron upgrades are in. He doesn't have iron mail just yet, but he can go for it. He can get himself iron weapons, or sorry, iron weapons plus. He can get the Thor unique upgrade. So he's going to be just that little bit stronger. On the other side, we're not seeing either player really getting those throwing axemen in, which are invaluable here. Oh, hold on. What's better than Ragnarok, you ask? Do these guys don't know. I forgot about it. It's been so long. Berserknarok. It beats Ragnarok, no? You just go... Oh, you don't have any upgrades for him, though. You need... I actually don't know. I don't know. By fire giants? Like, what fire giants? They're full pop. Yeah, you're not going to get any. You'll have one fire giant. Let's build some Herso, you silly billies. Berserknarok does beat Ragnarok. Without a question. Well, maybe with a little bit of a question. I'm actually not sure. Because Ragnarok's been buffed a bunch. At some point, it beat it. But Rapple is not going to be clicking Rag. He is putting pressure on. Recon... He's out of position. His raiding cavalry are searching for villagers to kill or something. Losing this town center isn't the end of the world for Recon, but he does have to be very careful here. He's charging up onto this side, taking down the fire giant. Fire giant goes down. Villagers are pulling away. Rapple has really found a nice timing here to get some serious damage done. Dwarves pulling back. Another fire giant to come through. There's the town center. Hill fort going down, but it looks like Rapple might have overcommitted as the raiding cavalry are still just charging around the map looking for anything to take out. There is a slight villager advantage now for Rapple, but I don't know how much that matters. Over onto this side, town center slowly getting sieged down. Yeah, Recon's got all the money in the world, but he's not spending it. Armory upgrades are still there for the taking. Losing this town center is going to be huge as well. The siege onto this position. Recon going to take his town center up here. Rapple does have 3 town centers now. Taking this one down. Giving himself more of a villager advantage, which does mean more of a Ragnarok advantage if it ever does end up happening. As the dwarves going to move forward for Recon. He does not have another dwarven mine here for another 50 favor. These fire giants are going to be doing so much damage at the moment as well. Throw an axeman to pull back. More fire giants would not go astray. These guys do now have themselves that upgrade against the ranged soldiers. What's it called? This one here. They get 2x versus ranged soldiers when you get that, and they're going to absolutely make mincemeat of the throw an axeman ball. The fire giant number. Oh, he actually uses that special kind of on the wrong spot there. A couple of villagers up onto this position there as Rag there does now get clicked. And Rapple, all he needs to do now is pull back, wait, and then click Rag himself. Upgrades for Recon. He's missing a couple here. Town center going to be coming back up. The other good thing here, though, is if this Rag gets drawn out a little bit, he's going to be able to get his villagers back in. And he's going to be able to get his town center back in. There's 10,000 military resource value at the moment. The question is there even any need to click Rag? Rapple has got such an he's in such an advantageous position here. As the Rag gets clicked, the units will all move forward to look to clash, and it's that's a differential of 5,000 military resources here. 5,000. Town center will be up. Imagine forest fire, though? Imagine forest fire, though? Anybody? Is it just me? Could you imagine? I'm imagining. Get onto the back, trap in here, onto the forest. There's enough favor for it for both players. Okay, never mind. Not gonna happen. I want to believe. There's not really a whole lot of decision making here. You just kind of have to just take the fight to some degree. Rag Hero's falling over here as Rapple's score ballooning out of control. I don't know how you're supposed to control this amount of units. As it looks like Rapple is going to be winning the fight and winning the game here as he equalizes the series 1-1 with an incredibly entertaining game. This game was so close. I'm not going to lie. This should have been tier from Thor. I don't care what you guys are saying. It should have been tier from Thor. Why? Because you can go Berserker Gang and you can go Champion Berserks and they will beat these heroes of Ragnarok. Without question, they win the fight. I guarantee you they're better than the heroes of Ragnarok. I need to jump into the editor and test this again. I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm right about 50% of the time, so this is probably another one of those ones. But man, Recon he kind of got overwhelmed for no good reason. I don't know why. He just kind of like lost on both this town center and this town center, getting hit with rams and stuff. The Jarl transition here from Rapple was so big because Recon was setting up for Rag with throwing axemen, and the throwing axemen are great against the Rag heroes, but the Jarls with that 2x versus throwing axemen just murder them. Just murder them. Yeah, you might need 4-set. You might be right. I mean, it's such a close game, such an even game. Really well played to Rapple. We'll move back over to the draft and see what they're going to be picking for game number 3. Alrighty then. So game number 3 is upon us, as it is going to be a Ghost Lake game. A Ghost Lake game with Fushi, I believe. Wait, am I wrong? Hang on, let me just double check. Yeah, Fushi versus Shennong. Have we seen a mirror every single game so far? Or am I going crazy? No, we haven't. The mirrors are coming in, guys. So a win there for the Odin, a loss for the Thor. The Shennong pick here versus the Fushi pick. And the map, Ghost Lake. Alrighty, guys. We've got about 3 minutes here until the next game is on the way. Is this best of 5 or best of 7? It literally, like, just in the game it says, like, it's best of 5s for today. Tomorrow is best of 7s. Tomorrow. All the games tomorrow are best of 7s. All the games today are best of 5s. Easy way to think about it. All right, guys. So let's talk about this matchup. Shennong has got the late game advantage. Fushi has got the cavalry advantage. That's all there really is to talk about. One player has got Earthwall and the other player doesn't, though. So there's a lot of problems, actually, I think, for the Fushi here. Anyways, there's still some really big picks here for Recon. He's got the Kronos there sitting in his back pocket to maybe pick on Mirage or something like that. He's got the Tsukiyomi for Mirage as well, or to drop that onto Giza. Hades for Giza. Recon's got a lot of really nice stuff here. That Amaterasu as an idea for Mirage is really good. Isis for Mirage as well. Zeus for Mirage. Amaterasu for Giza. There's still a lot of really big power remaining in this draft from both players. But nonetheless, we still got about a minute to go. I don't know what else to talk about, guys. You guys enjoying the tournament? What's the deal? Like, guys, got any spicy predictions for the finals? Who's going to get there? I think this is a good time to ask this question. What's the finals going to be, and who's going to win? Go, quick, chat. You got to put 2 players' names that are left. You got the Rapple, Recon, Mosca, Mister. Put the 2 players you think are getting to the finals, and who's going to win. I need a score. It's best of 7. So 4-3, 4-2, 4-1, 4-0. You got to put both in there. Come on. Spam it. You get to see anybody putting any numbers in. So you're all screwing it up. There we go. Mr. versus Mr. That doesn't make any sense. Mr. Recon 4-2. Love it. 4-2, 4-0. Yep. Okay. Mosca 4-0. I like that. That's a bold prediction. That's a bold. Everyone. Oh, Recon with the 4-2. Mosca with the upset. All right. I love you guys. You're the best. But we don't have to wait anymore. So you guys can stop predicting now if you like, or just keep going. But we're going to be jumping in onto the next map, onto Ghost Lake here. It's going to be a bit of a Chinese shenanigans here. So get buckled in. These ones are often spicy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Right side of the map. 1-1 in this best of 5. It's the Rapple. And he's playing as Fushi. Drops himself that Peach Blossom Spring at the top. Get himself a little bit of extra favor. One thing that's really important about this Peach Blossom Spring as an aside is that you don't want to place it so that it's hanging off the map. Because if you do, you're losing out on favor income. So in a nice safe place and all the other good stuff. Left side of the map, playing Shennong. We've got ourselves Recon. Now, Recon does get himself a nice little opener here. It's 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, which might not be what Recon was hoping for. But he gets himself the Snowy Pine right next to the granary here. On the other side, so too does Rapple. So both players are getting that nice crisp opening where you don't have to like drop an extra silo early, which means you can get the temple up faster, which means you get your favor in quicker, which means you get your Kuafu out a little bit quicker. Kuafu out a little bit faster, and all the other good stuff. And then obviously you can also grab yourself this technology really quick, and you can look for the best relics on the map. Canopic Jar of Imset here with the minus 25% of current drain time there. In the center of the map, there is the Ring of Nibelung. Jarang over on the left side, making the wall regeneration hit points going up a little bit. This is this doesn't work on the... Never mind, I said that last time. I got it wrong last time as well. Feather of Bafang over here as well for whoever wants it. A little bit of bonus against the buildings there with the human units. As Chi Yao got a choice for Rapple. Interesting. Why is this interesting? Well, normally I expect Zhennu. At this level, I expect Zhennu like 9 times out of 10 here. Rapple looks like he's gearing up for a delayed second town center. He's got a lot of villages on food, so he's probably going to be thinking about at least some type of food-based unit, but I don't know what he's going to be able to build. Because he can't get a chillin' out or anything because he didn't go through Zhennu. He might be going for a fast second Yatza or something. I do see the goats getting brought back home. As Recon. He hasn't built a single dude either. In fact, Recon looks like he's going for just a whole bunch of Javelineers to kick this off. Maybe? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Relic does get claimed there by Recon, pulling that one back in. There's just a little bit of damage from Rapple in the main base there. Rapple hasn't dropped any buildings. Still awaiting to see what's going to be coming in his way. Coming through from him as the Yatza hanging out. And we do see the Imperial Academy. Meanwhile, 3 Pioneers are through now for Recon, as he's got everything he needs to like defend here, right? Is he going for a town center? Doesn't look like it. I don't... Wait, let me check upgrades. There's no upgrades in for Recon. There's no upgrades in for Rapple. Super early Tai Chi, actually, from Rapple here. As the Najada come in. And this is going to be somewhat of an advantage because, well, they go up to... Wait. Is it just vulnerability? 24%, 37%? Yeah, it's just vulnerability there. So, Pierce, reduction in the vulnerability to some Pierce, so it's a big advantage early on. As the Yatza ready to head off, we do have that Xiangqi just sitting on this town center, making sure it never gets grabbed for free. This village is just going to be bringing in... Oh. It's one very low HP villager in there. Wait, is it? No, that's the silo. I'm going crazy. It's been a bit of a strange tournament, I think. My brain has left my body, and that's fine. As the wood coming through, and Recon now ready to go for his town center. He is sending the Sky Lantern off to the left, trying to figure out exactly what's going on here. On the side of Rapple, he's also pulling up on the side of the gold, but wood is not close. As the army sneaking through here, Kwafu gets pulled back. Earth Wall gets dropped down now. There is this Yatza in. So a little bit of revenge fire to come through, but he will be able to break out of this position very, very quickly. Recon trying to get somewhat of a snipe or something out of this. Almost picks off the Yatza there, 10 HP in a dream. Be able to pull that one back. Won't be able to heal it up until the heroic age, though. As while this all goes on, town center is on the way. This doesn't get spotted from Rapple. So a little plan from Recon is do something, force something to happen here, and then drop the town center. On the other side, I could be going crazy. But are we going to see a heroic age here from Rapple? Are we going to see a heroic age here from Rapple? Yes. Gormang is coming through. Maybe the plan is to just walk forward and drop a ballet on this position. And Recon going Townsend here, what can he actually do? A couple of Kwafu coming in saying, well, you may have Tai Chi on your side, but I have got boulders. Prosperous Seeds getting dropped from Recon. I'd love to see that actually being used over here. I say this all the time, but a Prosperous Seeds on a forward gold mine means that things like these Pioneers can't come in and harass this. We're onto this side, that 10 HP Yatsa causing some problems, but now also a little cheeky watchtower to come through. That's going to be more than enough here to scare off these units. And Rapple still hasn't advanced. He's still planning to go to the next stage. Right, is he? Yeah, he's got an armory. He's putting light pressure on with the Javelineers and things like that. We're pulling back to his tower as the tower attacking the Najak Great Control there from Rapple, picking off one unit there. Still no... I'm still confused. Another military camp to come down as Recon is playing tower defense, it looks like. Generally speaking, if you're playing one town center versus two town center, dropping a couple of towers is 100% the right play. He is going for another one. Because all that matters is this position. Like I said, if you put some farms down here as well, all of a sudden, now what are you going to do? If you're Rapple, like there's nothing. Let's pick off another Pioneer here as the towers get tiny little bits of damage done. Still trying to push forward and get something happening here. The heroic age is getting closer and closer in for Recon as well, but Rapple's got timing on his hands. These sort of things, they're tiny. In fact, Rapple almost should be thinking about sending his Kwafu forward to drop the ballet down here, like already. Meanwhile, I love this from Recon. He's like, he has to have read what's happening. Nubar coming through means if a ballet does end up getting dropped down, all Recon needs to do is get out one or two, probably two crossbows, and he can just drop drought and he's out of there. No problems. Meanwhile, villagers happily grabbing the food over onto this side. We finally see the farms. Oh my god. Finally. They're not even well placed, but at least they're there, and these guys can just hang on this spot for no real problems. And ballet over onto this side, so Rapple playing safe with it for the time being. But Recon, he's just got all the advantages in the world. Now farm will go down very slowly, but he's not even gathering from it. This is just buying him some time. Does he have a machine workshop in the main base? No. There's a little cheeky Tautier that's going to be making its way across the map. Sneaking in and picking off a villager or two is very, very nice there. But now, ballet in. White Horse Cav going to be coming through. Another Tautier is on the way. That's the Taowu harassing down the earth wall in the main base here. We will see a ballet getting dropped over onto this side as the army slowly starting to move forward here. The Kwafu is very much not in a good spot here. As the Taowu pulling around onto the top. Nisha does manage to snipe one Deuterino there as the Taoutier comes in. That's going to be getting sniped as the ballet gets denied. And Recon, while he's in front on the military for the, well, not the military, on the villagers for the time being. He's still in a little bit of a tricky spot, but he's got, he didn't finish the ballet, so he can't even go to the mythic age. I thought if the ballet finishes here, what is he making? If the ballet finishes here, he can kind of go mythic age, and then he can almost end this all in from Rapple with either the dragon or a Great Flood. As the pioneers do end up falling, and surely this is a mythic age, right? Oh, no, he's making some white horse cavalry. A little bit scared of that mythic age. I think it's the right call. Like, what are you going to do if you're Rapple to end this game right now? Like, yes, there's no gold, but does it matter? You have some trading, you're just going to be able to, you just have to get full value out of your mythic age god power, I guess. Now Recon is just pumping units. He's getting a ballet up over onto this side. No wood in the bank here for Recon to drop farms. He could buy some wood to drop the farms and then hide his villagers here if he wants. A couple of villagers will go down. Not the end of the world here for Recon. He's still got a villager advantage. So the ballet is up. Diving here. Getting more white horse cavalry in. This is advantage for Rapple, mind you. He's got the stronger cav. Does he have the upgrade in? He doesn't have the upgrade in though, it's just yet. There's all of these cav are going to be coming over onto this spot. And well, all of a sudden, you could come back over onto this position if you like. Military-wise, Rapple has got all the advantage. And he's got that lightning weapons. I'm very confused at what Recon is trying to make happen here. He's going to lose the ballet. He's going to lose 2 Kwafu and a peasant. Pulling back up onto the top here to try and grab this gold mine. And this all-in from Rapple is just going so obscenely well. And he still has lightning weapons remaining, mind you. We already saw one ballet not really working out here. I mean, if you can catch Rapple out of position, he could go for a sort of a drought idea, knock the ballet down, kill off some villages or something. I don't know. Still no halberdier getting built here from Recon is making me scratch my head. He's trying to match the white horse cavalry of Rapple just that little bit too much here. It's the cav to come over onto this spot, picking off some villagers, fighting underneath the ballet. I mean, is it going to be enough here? I don't think so. It's just, the military differential is just absolutely gigantic. As Rapple is just running over Recon for the time being. And there goes that lightning weapons, and now Recon has to leave, and he's going to be leaving, this time, 16 villagers inside of this ballet with a Kwafu as well. And Recon taps out. I am perplexed. Of course, there's like a couple of Pioneer. In what world is like... I was expecting the Mythic Age. Or if not the Mythic Age, then full in on Halberdier, not White Horse Cavalry. Because all you have to do is defend, right? All you have to do is secure that gold mine, and then this strategy just doesn't work. I've tried this stuff. I've never had success with this idea. But Rapple finds a nice situation for it. All it has to do is work once. All it has to do is work once. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This resource difference. It's not even that much here at this point, but it's enough to have paid off the town center, right? Right here, you've paid off your town center. You've paid off the villages that you had to build, right, to get the town center out in that advantage, right? So all you have to do is sit there and you just have to defend. But he just couldn't quite get the army out. Nonetheless, you got to be quick to forget when you're playing in a tournament of this caliber. Recon's had his back up against the wall before. We'll see if he's going to be able to bring it back. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. Alrighty, our next game is going to be on Mirage, a Zeus versus Tsukiyomi. A Zeus versus Tsukiyomi. So the loss there for the Fushi. The win. Sorry, the win for the Fushi. The loss there for the Shennong. A Zeus for Rapple. Number 4. And a Tsukiyomi for Recon. Getting confused. Sorry. Alrighty. Let's see. Have they kicked the game off? All right. Okay. We're about 3 minutes away. 3 minutes away here from game number 4. We have seen something very similar to this already. Recon. Well, no, not Recon. Rapple played against the Mr. Tsukiyomi on Anatolia and got absolutely bodied. Now, I gotta be honest. When you get bodied like that in tournament, it doesn't happen again. You learn that matchup through and through. You go, why did that happen? How do I play around it? You start racking your brain, you start coming up with a whole bunch of stuff. And at the very least, you might lose it still if it's like a very difficult matchup. But you cover all those weaknesses and why you got bodied. So this no matter what happens here, this is not going to be an easy win for Recon. Unless it's Yatsu, in which case I lose to it every single time until it gets nerfed. But that's a completely different story. Actually, this is super interesting. If Recon does manage to win this game, man, the last gods in this draft, I almost think Recon doesn't pick his ace pick. Hades playable into Isis. Not easy, but playable. And good into Amaterasu. Kronos is good into both, though. Ooh. I think Kronos is good into both. I don't know. That's a tough one. And it's on Geezer as well, so you can fake the early aggression and go for something completely different. Let's jump over here so you guys can have a little look at this. So 1 win, 1 loss. This was the Mr. versus Rapple. Rapple has lost this matchup before, but not on this map. This map is different. But I don't know if it's different in a good way. I think it's different in a bad way for Zeus. I can't see this being different in a good way for Zeus. Now, if Zeus does take this 2TC angle, oh. There is a unit. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't reckon these guys have got the cojones to make it happen. I don't reckon they got the cojones. Why would Tsukiyomi 2TC? I don't know. You just go for Oni. Alrighty, let's jump into this game. Mirage, game number 4 is what a insane series we've had thus far. Let's jump in and see what's going to happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Zeus. It is the Rapple. 1 win from the losers bracket finals. 2 series wins away from the grand finals. In the right-hand corner of the map, in the red color, playing as Tsukiyomi. Tournament life on the line right now. Must win game. If you lose the game, you're out. And fourth place is pretty good. It's not something to be upset about. It's just you're out. It's fine. So must win game here for Recon. He's had his back up against the wall many times in this tournament, but he's been able to pull it out a lot of the time. But man, Rapple is playing well. He is playing an incredibly strong game thus far. He's dropped 1 game, but he's won 2, kind of doing some unorthodox things. First game, he went fairly stock standard, and Recon did what Recon does. Then we have that Ghost Lake game, and Rapple just goes completely off script. Of course, it was like an incredibly aggressive Ghost Lake, but he goes completely off script with those horses. What was the second game? My brain has completely left my brain. I left my body. I don't even remember what this... It was the one on Anatolia, right? That's why. That's why I don't remember it. Odin versus Thor. It was too crazy. It was too crazy. And that's completely off script as well, right? Like, you would expect to see a Greek there if you were playing as from Recon's perspective, right? Completely off script. Nonetheless, temple coming up now for the Rapple. Let's check out the relics. Let's check out the map. I haven't really been talking about it. You love when your brain tweaks. Thanks, man. Okay, so Fatal Furries, Sledge here. Favorite cost set to 0. Over onto this side is the Archimedes Ledger. This is Siege Population Usage -1. Over onto this side, there's the Harmonious Necklace. Plus 10% of base for the gold gather rate. And finally, the Eye of Ornlu. Hypaspis, Axeman, and Samurai. Plus 5% of base there. So the town center is an absolutely gorgeous town center. I say that gorgeous because it is gorgeous. Back food, back gold mine. Is that enough though? When you're playing against Tsukiyomi? To just say, hey, do whatever you want, my guy. Inari Orkami. He's the god of choice. No real surprises there. The one move here from Zeus that's going to make life very, very tricky for Recon for Tsukiyomi here is simply just not Ajax, Jason, Heracles, this tech, and a Minotaur early on, charging into the base of Recon and doing early game damage. But look at this. Walls up. Gold mine safe. Only one Miko, but you can build some more out as soon as you hit the next age if your opponent is going to be going for these sorts of aggressive plays. You don't have to get the Miko in quick. Everything is going to be walled here for Recon. This is incredibly defensive. There is an entrance into the base through the back and onto the bottom here. Why is that wall not building? I don't think it matters, as it is up and the army or the units will move around onto the back here as a stable getting dropped down. Another Minotaur actually coming through from Rapple as a stable coming down as well. As the walls not quite finished up, there's still a little bit of an issue onto this side. He decides to turn around and says, hey, I don't want to go in there. Let's pull back. Recon's base, incredibly safe. Great defense from Recon. He spent a lot of resources on it, but so too has Rapple spent a lot of resources on the aggression. Now we've got the guardhouse coming down. And Rapple, well, he's got an idea of moving around onto this side and then swinging up through here. It's so dangerous. So very, very dangerous. Meanwhile, over onto this position, we've got that Kitsune just searching, looking for something to do. But making sure that there's no town center getting grabbed or anything. And this is just looking like it's going to be one very aggressive Zeus here. As Recon, he might need to be thinking about dropping like New Moon on the tower, New Moon on the temple, just getting some sort of help here. As the Bushi is in, no bolt in just yet, slowly taking damage here. But more units are going to be coming through. You could drop New Moon onto the stable as well for early medium plus the Sashimon or Bannerman. Bit of an old idea, but a good idea as the raids coming into the main base as they get sent packing. You do see over onto this side the Minotaur coming through, but the Bushi are still in. Poking those Minotaur back for the time being here, as you can easily take little trades here. You don't have to take a big fight, but get an extra Miko out and start healing up your units as you're ready to take this fight. The cavalry coming in onto the back there as that Juragumo picks one up. One Bushi does end up getting bolted there, as you simply just run now after dealing with all that, and you can heal everything up with some extra Miko to come through. No problems there. Great defense so far from Recon. Rapple still not able to get into this base. Recon pulling back. No, Rapple pulling back. Recon in the main base. I mean, you get so much value here from just healing everything up. We now see a second Miko coming through, and you can start working on that extra favor income. Also healing. Thinking about getting to the heroic age here, as we're also going to be seeing heroic age coming through from Rapple. Actually, no. He's pre-queued, but he's going town center. This is a weird town center from Rapple. Recon's Kitsune is in position to be no, he's seen it. He's absolutely seen it. And this is going to be a heroic age from Recon. The question is, never mind. The question is not which one it is, because he's picking Hachiman. But this is the perfect opportunity for Fujin. I'm not even kidding. This is literally you dream of these situations, but it's maybe it's cooking too hard for the finals, for your life on the lifeline. But one Miko over here, you can drop an extra shrine over here. You can't really make a huge amount of Tengu, because you need probably 3 or 4 Miko out at the very least early on to get the numbers through. But you can go for armory upgrades, and you'll be very, very fine moving forward. Now, there is the action. There is the option as well of mixing in some samurai, or you can just stay stables, put everyone on wood, and start looking towards horse archers. Now, the only issue with this is the natural response to that is going to be to make a whole bunch of Peltast, which are very, very good versus those horse archers. So you're basically playing with timing here. Of course, this is Tsukiyomi. It is a timing god, but you're playing with timing. So we'll see what the game plan, what the actual... Okay, dojos are coming through. Okay, I like this. I like this option a lot better than the white... than the Yumi Horse Archers, just because you play around Peltast a lot better. As... Shinobi? For Siege? Shinobi for Siege? That's... spicy. That's so spicy. Okay. Is he going to be out? I don't even know. I don't know if this is going to work because he doesn't have an answer for the hoplites. Hoplites are a counter to Shinobi. Shinobi can break through the walls and things. We see a daimyo coming through. Of course, there's going to be samurai available at some point. But Recon, what's he going to be able to do now? The Tengu diving across here to try and take out a villager is a little bit bold, but he's going to be going for it. One villager goes down into the main base, harassing the villagers over here as they got a garrison. Tengu just hanging out on this position there as the new moon gets dropped down. Needs to pull back. Tengu on this side. He doesn't have this off special ability. So if there's any heroes that come over here, he will jump onto it. The most important thing of this unit is to turn off that special ability. Because otherwise you just dive to your death. Nonetheless, there is still this one final god power in, as I still don't know what Recon's going for. Hera is pre-queued for Rapple. He wants that Mythic Age. He wants it now. Tengu to dive through. Going to be at least a couple... Oop, no, he's just going to be retreating as the Hippias is going to come through, getting a little bit of a snare in there to actually deal with this one. Shinobi to come through. They will be able to take down these walls very, very quickly. Still no samurai in. I'm still confused. I mean, of course, losing this is not ideal. Now we see a town center in. It's super late, as if he goes this town center... Oh, man. This is so bizarre. Buildings are going to get cleaned up so quickly here, though. There's also a restoration and a bronze for Rapple to help him out on the defense. Villagers getting picked off. Rapple not paying attention to this. He's not running with the villagers. Coming in with his own army here. There's still not an answer for these hoplites. What is Recon going for here? Like, he's not going to have an answer to deal with all of this. There's now Peltast, which is great because, of course, this is a unit that doesn't do anything with what Recon's currently got out. So the walls are going to get knocked down. He's going to try and hit you on the right side, hit you on the left side. The walls fall incredibly fast versus these Shinobi here. One Hydra is going to be a little bit of a counter to this, as into this base over here. The cavalry are coming. Can't really fight versus that Hydra. Can't really use these units either to get in here. As he sneaks through, villagers have been spotted. Too much going on the left side. Right side over here going after the temple yet again. A couple of Peltast onto this side as well. Heracles getting caught out a little bit, but the wall is up over here. This is going to be a tough one for Recon to actually get out of. Charging over here, trying to take the villagers down, as Recon is left, right, and center. Maybe a swampland on this position might be an angle to go for, but he's going to be pulling back for the time being. Still no samurai coming through, as the Shinobi breaking it over onto this side, looking for some more villagers to pick off. As he comes over here, he's now got the Shogun in to deal with that Hydra. Manages to pull back up onto this side, is denying the wall from going up. So has to be paying attention on so many different positions, though. Picks off the wall, gonna get out, pulling back up onto this side as well. Villager differential is equal now. It's literally equal. So Recon is completely fine here to just take this game slow. He's got tons of gold in the bank as well. Does he have this technology? No. Ivory Netsuke isn't in. Only 2 Miko. I mean, he's not taking advantage of one of the biggest weaknesses of Greek, which is mass myth unit, though there is that issue always. As a third Townsend over here, there is a Minotaur sitting on this one. Spots that going up. Do you take the Shogun over there and try and deal with it? There's a couple of Bushi on the way as the Naginata Riders with the Shinobi to come back in. Going to be able to pick off another villager. He's trying to get both of them. Just take the one and leave. Has managed to get out of there. No problems. Back over onto this side. The Shinobi to take out these walls yet again. As the villagers move back over here. 2 Bushi just hanging out as this Minotaur is going to be pulling down to the bottom corner of the map, looking for something to do a little bit later. A couple more villagers do end up getting picked to pieces here. Samurai getting in there from that Shogun there, as well as Recon now going to start eviscerating this base of the Rapple. He can take out houses. He can do whatever he wants. Now heavy upgrades are in as well for Recon. Resources starting to come through. Is there a castle somewhere? Yes, there is a castle coming up. Is there a fortress somewhere? Yes, there is a fortress coming up. So both players will be hitting this Mythic Age. Now the question is, which Mythic Age god does Recon go? Orkan is sort of the god that everyone likes to go. But there's also, is it Watatsumi as well? For Recon, for Tsukiyomi? Which could erase the army in the same way that Lightning Storm can erase his own army. He tries to push through here, not quite able to do so. Villager differential is still equal. Fortress is up. Hephaestus, the god of choices. Rapple says, let's go the other way. And we are seeing Watatsumi to come through because Recon sees... These units are just having a little bit of a party. Recon sees a win condition. Gold. This gold mine will expire. This gold mine here matters. This gold mine here matters. This gold mine here matters. I'd love to see this castle placed way more aggressively right here. And then you can wall off the middle and you can be putting everything over onto this side. And Watatsumi is also an insane counter to bronze. You can't restoration, right, during Watatsumi, but someone drops bronze, you drop the typhoon in there. There's also seaside infiltrators. Oh, even better yet, we've got the Deuterino. Can't remember his name. Umibozu. We got the Umibozu. That can come in here and, well, you just pop over onto this spot and then you start slapping villagers. The Umibozu is going to be in. Castles coming up all over the place as gold mines start to get claimed. Rapple holding off on resources left, right, and center. I kind of want to see the seaside infiltrators to come through for a little something. But I know how memey that technology is. I haven't seen anyone use it before. Samurai getting queued up. We've got Naginata Riders, Yumi Archers. Umibozuwa. We need this guy. Oh, he denies the stone walls. How lucky can you get to deny stone walls? There's so many different positions. Fortress coming up onto this left side. Recon not paying attention onto that one as Rapple is managing to make something happen there. As the Plenivolt gets dropped down. There goes the Tempest. As he's sending it up to the top, chasing those units. That was... It looked like good damage, but I don't know how much it was. Great control from Rapple playing around it all. You do see this Shinobi over here slapping down the villagers. There's still bronze and restoration. But Recon doesn't prevent this. That's why I was saying maybe get the castle up more aggressively to deny any sort of sneakiness. Random Minotaur is random and is picking off villagers, but not the biggest of deals. Bellerophon in to take out these guys, and, well, Rapple is now going to be full iron. Or very close to. Recon He might just go for the new moon on the armory a second time here for full iron for the cost of 125 favor. It's not the end of... It's not a terrible move here. He's still also got this Swampland God Power that he's been holding on to for the entirety of the game. Champion is now through for Rapple. I mean, I'd love to... There's that fortified town center is also going to be coming through. This champion is so far away for Recon that I would say just get the upgrades. Just buy them. There's no problems there. Good control from Recon to pull the Oyumi back there. There's the engagement to come through as there goes that new moon. Swampland also coming down. Bronze there, though, on top of the Swampland. An absolutely insane idea. We'll see if it's going to be enough as the army there of Recon does end up melting. A lot of those units were Shinobi and not Samurai, so the hoplites do tons of damage as Rapple does manage to break out of the bind that he was in. Recon still has got play here. He's got plenty of resources in the bank. Buildings coming up all over the place. We see Uni Archer, Samurai. Of course, Samurai much needed to deal with those hoplites. They are very, very powerful. And this position is now being blown apart. And now what do you do if you're Recon? I mean, he needs champion, right? That's the big thing that he's behind in at the moment. Rapple has got fully upgraded units. Recon's army is coming through nicely as the Revenant Shinigami will get sniped down there. I mean, do you have enough stuff here at the moment? It's 7.7k resource value for both players. As the Peltast charging at that back line. Restoration to come through means it doesn't even matter that you got a villager advantage here, because that restoration is just going to be continuing to give insane amounts of value. Bellerophon diving in. Peltast pulling back here. Over onto this side. More units are coming through. Still a ways away from that that tier 4 Bushido. I don't understand why Riki's got so many resources. Just buy the upgrades. They're cheap at this point. Pulling back for the time being. Town center will be falling. Rapple's up to 3 town centers. He's fully expanded. He's got full population. Town center for Recon is now down, basically. There's no holding that at this point. What unit do you build here if you're Recon? Onmyoji, he's got this tech, right? Into mass Onmyoji. How many castles? He's got plenty. Doesn't have any favor though in the bank. That's the problem, is he is going to be going for that asymmetrical bows. Upgrade situation. Wait, he still hasn't used his Umibozu? He hasn't used his Umibozu. As the Samurai coming in onto the back line there, trying to take out all of those champion Peltast. Naginata Riders trying to circle around here to actually deal with the Peltast, but they're just not able to get in there. Military differential is just too insanely big for the Rapple, as no amount of engagements here from Recon are going to be able to break through this. And it looks like Rapple is going to be finding a win here. I don't see what else Recon can do. If he's not going to... He taps out. He's got gold in the bank. He's about to hit champion. But he just kept taking fights without the upgrades. And this game was in the palm of Recon's hands here. in the palm of it. A castle here instead of here. A wall here to lock this off. He had the timing to do that. He had the advantage. But he gave up this position, and then I guess beyond that, taking this fight, all those shinobi just weren't. They're not for that fight. Split off. Look for villages to pick. Look for chaos. Look for buildings to kill off. All that other good stuff. I mean, that's the story. But unfortunately for Recon, his tournament ends right here, right today. Rapple goes on. He will be meeting the winner of Mr. versus Mosca tomorrow. It's a big day tomorrow, though. There's a lot of games to play. We'll see how he'll go, but that's it for the Rapple Recon series. Hope you guys enjoy. Make sure you hit the follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already. We're going to be moving into that next game momentarily. righty, ladies and gentlemen, today comes down to one final game. Well, today comes down to one final game, guys. Today really sets up who has got a gigantic advantage moving in to Sunday, moving into the grand final. You win this game, you are one best of 7 away from eternal glory and the first place prize pool, which is also a nice, I mean, it's just a side thing. We don't really care about that. Eternal glory. If you lose this game, well, all of a sudden you have to go through the Rapple, and then you have to play the same player again after being off the back of a best of 7. It's a big, big day. Ladies and gentlemen, our first game is going to be a Fushi versus Tsukiyomi, not on the map Elysium, but on the map Step. Let's talk about the draft. Mr. grabs his Zeus as his ace pick. Mosca grabs the Kronos as his ace pick. Mr. leaves open, both of them leave open Tsukiyomi for that second pick. You have to remember, Tsukiyomi is Poseidon 2.0 for Mosca. Mr. bans Poseidon. He bans Mosca's Poseidon. He's like, I just don't want to deal with it. I am so comfortable inside of myself, inside of what I know about this game. I just don't want to play your main god. No main god for you. You didn't pick it in your ace pick. That's too bad. I picked my main god. He picked Zeus. Mr. gets his Zeus. He's going to be happy. Mosca, no Poseidon. In fact, Mosca bans out Susanoo here. Mr. grabs Fushi. Mosca grabs Tsukiyomi and Isis. 2 gigantic picks of the Misters, I'd have to say. I think both of these gods have been gods we've seen Mr. have a lot of success with. Mr. then grabs Shennong, Amaterasu. Mosca grabs Hades Set. Mr. grabs Nuwa Thor. And then Mosca rounds out his draft with a final Egyptian, Ra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is not a lot that we need to wait on anymore. We've got ourselves the winners finals here. Mosca, Mr. on the map Step, Fushi versus Tsukiyomi. Let's go. In the left-hand corner of the map, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the GOAT, 4-time S-tier tournament winner. We have a little bit of an issue. Let me just fix this. 4-time S-tier tournament winner with an overall score of 96 because I said so. It's like, you know, NBA 2K ratings. Like 96 is kind of like the highest you can get. Actually, I don't even know if that's true anymore. It was back in the day. It's the Mister, and he is playing as Fushi. His opponent today, the man playing against a literal Greek god. He's got Japan on his side, though. He's playing against Tsukiyomi. Played an incredible tournament thus far. His name is Mosca. Just ignore the overall rating. I got that one wrong. Mosca's way higher than an 84. I'll just go fix that up. Alrighty. We are on the map Step here. And this is going to be a very spicy game 1. I'm really excited to see. Every time you watch Mr., you get that little bit better. Every time you see what he does, you're just like, okay, all right, I get it. So first and foremost, look at this. I'm just going to make something of nothing, regardless of what's going on. Most people will build their temple in a way that gives them maximum amount of favor. But this matchup, what's Mr. scared of? He's scared of getting raided. So, builds his house, builds his temple in a way that blocks in this position so it's nice and safe. Love. I mean, this is something we say to do for China versus Norse all the time, and it's very much the case versus a god like Tsukuyomi or Poseidon or any other raiding-centric cavalry god, fast god. And we are going to be seeing Chiyo as the god of choice here for the Mister as well. Now, I'm really interested as well as what is Mosca going to be doing with Tsukuyomi? Now, Mosca is known to be a defensive play. He's known to be a macro play. He wants to grab a town center. Tsukuyomi is not that god. This god is a raiding god. He's a timing attack god. He is a turtling god. All of those things ring true, but he is in no way fit for a booming game. As we're starting to see the houses coming up, defending his gold mine. I'm very, very much used to seeing Mr. going for early aggression, putting pressure on. He says it like this. He says, I'm gonna knock on your door. I'm gonna come knock on your door, and if you let me in, well, there's gonna be a lot to pay. So when does he start to move forward? When does he start to knock on the door? When does he start to look for those early game advantages? Military camp coming through for the Mister. Relic getting dropped off. This is Tifing Angantyr's sword. On the other side here, other relics not really getting picked up. We've got Gambantine, Odin's wand for the cheaper temple upgrades. Text of Imhotep for the build time getting reduced there. In the main base, a very quick stable up for Mosca. That's just some scouting coming in as the military camp has been spotted. And this is very important information right now. Both players just trying to learn what's going on as we've got the Pioneer with the Yatsa checking things out. You can see this main base is looking very nice and defensive. And the Naginata Riders are going to start coming through. But they do get countered pretty heavily by the Halberdiers, which are getting built. So right now, right off the bat, Mr. takes a slight edge in unit choice. But Cav are always Cav. They do not need to fight. They do not need to fight a Halberdier. Now, one thing here that Mr. is doing amazingly, he is spotting what's going on. We see an armory coming down for Mosca that gets immediately scouted. And Mosca here, hopping his way up onto this side, trying to sneak in to Mr's base. Mr's already got himself that Master of Weaponry's tech. This tech does shut down Cav very, very hard. But there is still an entrance into this base. Mosca has already clicked up Tsukuyomi. What's the idea? He's only got one Miko. So the only idea I can see is New Moon on the Armory. The villagers getting poked away here on the front. As Mosca's got perfectly fine back food over here. He does manage to sneak in onto this spot, but two Halberdier. Look at this painful. Damn it. He does manage to get out. Or does he? Oh, that's so lucky. That is so lucky. Like, generally speaking, if you get caught by multiple Halberdiers, there's no way to get away from that type of a situation there. As Mosca continuing to just try and grab as much of this food as he possibly can. He will be in the next age. There's no secret here. Mr. knows exactly what's coming for him in terms of a heroic age, but he doesn't know what type of heroic age. He has spotted everything around the map. Has he got full line of sight? There's a couple of little positions where some sneaky shrines could have been placed, but he's seen everything. He's seen that there's only one shrine, I think. So he kind of knows that it's probably going to be armory angles here from Mosca. In fact, the Sky Lantern just flying around here as well. Little bit of an annoyance, but nothing too serious here as Mosca now has to afford copper shields, copper mail, copper weapons. Temple under attack. There is a little bit of an angle here to actually attack this with these units, but Town Center is more than safe here. More than enough to sort of help attack this position. Is he just wants to get these units to attack over here. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a random tree here that's denying that sort of an attack. But nonetheless, now with all the units forward, Mosca goes, all right, let's try this raid again. He's forgotten about me, right? No, there's still units just waiting in the main base, waiting to defend. No problems. A stable coming down. The first of the armory upgrades to come through from Mosca. He does need the next two as well, first and foremost. As the Archer does dive in onto this position, but this has been very well defended thus far. And that Yatsa, even if it gets out, it doesn't go over. It gets taken out. Great defense from Mosca thus far. Temple, though, under attack. Armory upgrades. Are they still coming through? No. Mosca has stopped on the armory upgrades for the time being. Does he have himself out of Daimyo? No. He's not rushing that out. No need. He can get it out whenever he wants. Now the upgrades are in. Gold situation. There's still 1,500 here. Mister on the way to the next stage. This early game attack from Mister has not found value. Mosca got his heroic age off. He found a little bit of idle time on the villagers, but realistically speaking, Mosca is in a really good position right now. A dojo coming up. He's going to be able to have New Moon on his armory. He's going to have a lot of advantage moving forward here. This gold mine is going to be expiring. The Peach Blossom Spring has been eaten to get himself to the heroic age. But Mr. needs all of his armory upgrades to stay equal here, or he needs to have a unit quantity advantage in a big way. But you're playing against Swampland and a Shogun as well. So unit quantity, you also need unit quality as well. Lightning weapons is a good counter though, actually, for to the Shogun. You can use that to stun the Shogun in place, and that can be a nice way to go about it. As we're starting to see more things coming through. There's a world tier where Mosca doesn't even need to drop New Moon onto the armory. Like, he can whenever he wants, but if he can hold off on that and save it for something else for later, it only gets better. That God Power is a God Power that only gets better. He's going to drop it on the armory though, as he's looking to be ready to find some sort of real big damage. 5.3 speed. Cav, more than enough to get out of here as the Tengu. Hopping off onto the right side, diving into the main base to get anything done here. Can just jump over this wall or whatever. Catching Mr. out is very, very tough. Do you see those? Oop. He does notice it, and immediately Mosca goes, all right, let's pull back. No worries. So from now, it's such a weird comp from Mosca, and it's going to get spotted, of course. Like, there's no secrets in this game. One player has got Sky Lanterns and is using them non-stop. Ballet to come through here from the Mister. Does Mosca commit here to a big attack to deny this Ballet? I mean, he's got that angle, he's got that option, he's got the Swampland. But as soon as the Ballet is up, as soon as Forest Protection is in, it kind of gets shut down. There's kind of nothing here once this is all up. So now what for Mosca? Mosca has to be thinking, how do I get my own gold mine? Do we move forward and drop a castle? Upgrades coming through. Units retreating. There's still only one Miko in from Mosca as well. Villager differential is very, very close. So no advantages to really be had here for either player. As the horse cavalry make their way forward, and look at this control here from Mister. He's in the right place, sees those horse cavalry, pulls, gets one pick. Mosca pulls back. Now Shinobi, here's the secret with Shinobi: when you move them in, keep them out of line of sight. Of course, this is incredibly tough as there's Sky Lanterns tracking them all over the place, and they do get spotted over here. But the idea with these guys is drop the special early before you get close. White Horse Cavalry are in position there to send these guys packing. And he'll use the special ability there to just get out for the time being. But now Moscow's on his second gold mine. He's okay here. Lots of food in the bank, lots of resources there. More Shinobi coming through. I mean, do you want to... Surely you just get... Yeah, you just get Sashimon or Bannerman and you make Naginata Riders to deal with these White Horse Cavalry. Mr. checking up the top, making sure that there's no shrines up here. There's one Miko in the middle here to just heal things up. Javelineers poking forward. Moscow on the way down, looking for something to pick off. And again, these Skylands. Does he have the other upgrade? He doesn't have this upgrade. Now, this upgrade is really good. This gives you like a huge amount of value with those Sky Lanterns. As the Shinobi now into the main base. You can use these to just take out an Imperial Academy if you like. Like, why not? They do a lot of damage really, really quickly. And then when the units come over, you just special and get out of there. Like 7 speed is 7 speed. That's like 6 speed White Horse Cavalry, 7 speed Shinobi. But he is getting cut off at the pass here. And he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that special for a little bit. That's a lot of resources now going down the drain. Well, one Shinobi, not a lot of resources. Just one Shinobi. Let's just let the tiniest little bits of picks here from Mister to keep himself going. Armory upgrades still free queued, still trying to get those in. Oscar has been at an armory advantage for quite some time, but he doesn't have like he's not able to fight anything, so he's not getting that Bushido in, which is hurting, right? Meanwhile, pushing off to the left, while a couple of those Javelineers pushing off to the top of that position. Over here, moving with Shinobi and with Yadi's Spearman as he does get caught out yet again. Yet again, just losing the 1 unit for it. Up onto this top side, though, villagers getting spotted as the Yadi Spearman coming over to try and defend. Not losing a villager. Both guys are so careful with their raids, just not wanting to sack anything here. Picks 1 unit, 1 villager goes down, and now we see the castle coming up as this Taowu could try a little something here. A little bit of a charge in, charge out type action. Nonetheless, the fight to come through. Lightning weapons gets dropped down. Swampland onto this position as well as Mr. going to be denying the castle for the time being over here. Military differential heavily favoring the Mr. on this one as the Shinobi onto the back just not getting that value. And it looks like Mr. comes through absolutely wrecking havoc on the Moscow army, but he's still sitting on top of this this Swampland as this Shogun is getting a couple of very important units in. Is there going to be enough here for Moscow to keep himself going? He does have some incredibly high quality units now as he's now up to a heavy upgraded army as the villagers will pull over onto the castle to try and finish this off last minute. There's such a small amount of units in for Moscow here. He's got no gold in the bank, but if he gets the castle up, then, I mean, yes, there is a Taowu, but realistically speaking, this is not really enough stuff here to actually, maybe it is enough stuff to break this position down. Villagers popping out, trying to repair. Is there a market in? Moscow dropping the market here. He's got so much food in the bank. Look at the gold in the bank there for the Mister. This is an incredibly tense moment. Castle almost taken out. White Horse Cavalry need to get that shoot and scoot going. Selling some food there. Trying to keep his hopes alive as a ballet coming in onto this position as well. As forest protection gets dropped down here, Moscow taps out. No choice to keep going in this one. If he had the market, if he'd sold some food, he would have had some units here. He would have been able to push back without question here. Oh, what a insane game. What a build-up. That was... I'm like 90% sure if that market was up, Moscow would hold here, would push back, and I think Mister would be in trouble. That was so close. Like, these units aren't really that useful here for the Mister. I mean, sure, they've got that divine damage attached, but if you get out a couple of extra Naginata riders or something like that, then things could be very, very different. I mean, take a look at the timeline. Look at the military resource differential. It's so close. Both players full population. I mean, there's another a completely different angle for Moscow to play here, which was just run. And then come back and then take the fight when there's no lightning weapons. Like, you would sack the castle, you would sack some gather time on the goal, but you have basically a full population army anyways. And then you push back and you can just, or you can rotate up here to grab this gold mine or something as an idea. Nonetheless. This is Age of Mythology, guys. This is what we sign up for when we watch this stuff. Anyways, let's jump back over to the draft. We'll see what they pick for game number 2. Let's see if Moscow can crack the armor of the Greek god, the Mister. Well, we saw it once, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be seeing it twice. This time, it's not going to be a Norse mirror. It's going to be a Thor versus Hades game. There you go. So, there was some method to the madness. These guys, they all are starting to believe Norse power on Anatolia. Fushia gets the win. Tsukiyomi, the loss. Thor for game 2 against Hades. Well, I don't know what else. This is going to be super interesting. Moscow picked Anatolia. This is obviously one of his favorite maps. He's very, very solid at it. Very, very solid at it. So I guess we'll see what way Mister's going to go here. Now, we did see Recon. He did open with that Dwarven Mine straight away, right? He went Dwarven Mine. Gave himself a little bit of an edge early on. There is an angle here for Hades to really make Norse's life very, very difficult here, which is you send a villager to the right, you send a villager to the left, straight away as Hades, and the Katoskopos runs 50% chance. You find the Berserk with that Katoskopos, and then you send the villager forward to start shanking it. You've got to be quick with the hearse, with the Berserk to get the wall in. And we'll see how it goes. We got Rapple in the comments saying, I told you so, when the OG was the Soup. Soup the OG. Norseman on the water. Give credit where credit's due. All right. And finally, the meta's catching up with the madman. Oh, this one's going to be really fun. Okay, we got a timer here. So next game in a little over 2 minutes here. Wow. So I want to, while we have the opportunity, huge shout out to everyone who's subscribed today, who's thrown some bits at people. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you all. Alrighty. Okay, so why Thor? So for the first big thing about why Thor, why Freya, why these gods on this map is you get access to Arctic winds, which is a unique water technology for the heroic age, for Skadi. Freya's got his own version of this with creating krakens and things out of his siege ships. But what does Arctic winds do? It freezes a ship, myth unit, human unit, whatever it hits after a couple of smacks, and you're good to go. You kill off everything. There are a couple of interesting counters here. If you're going to be playing for the heroic age, for example, siege, an early fortress, early metropolis to defend the water on the side. I don't know, your opponent's investing a ton into the water, just get one siege weapon and it's fine. a watchtower on the side of the Anatolia. Your opponent is investing a ton of water, a ton into water. Just put watchtowers down. You're completely safe there as well. So there is some play around this. Like even if this is the strongest technology in the game, which I'm not even sure if it is, there's still play around it. There is still play around it. How can you send one villager to each side as Greek? Well, you put a storehouse down, you put a villager on the wood, 2 villagers on the wood, 1 villager goes to the side, another villager goes to the other side, and you get yourself enough wood to put those docks down, because you start with what, 200 or something? 250? I can't remember. The wood's there, I guarantee you. Actually, we'll see. We're about to jump into Anatolia. Yeah, you start with 250 as Hades. All right, let's jump into this next one. Moscow down 0-1. Mr. up 1-0. Let's get into Anatolia. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Top of the map. Immediate Dwarven Mine dropped by the Mister. And this is looking like a very similar opening that we saw from Recon earlier today. Moves over to the bottom of the map, drops the docks. He's going to be moving forward in search of what's happening here. And Moscow does drop the second dock very early on here. And now the Kataskopos to come in and say, hello there, good sir. Let me just whack you to slow you down. This is doing damage. He could chase this guy all the way across, and he can also leave a villager up here on a herdable to start shanking. This is the scariest part about playing Norse on Anatolia. 1 villager. But Moscow doesn't play for it. Moscow doesn't play for it. And if you're chasing this with if you're chasing the Berserk with the Kataskopos, then all of a sudden you can't even get the little wall off to make this difficult. But Moscow does not go for the cheese. He pulls the villager back home, and this dock is going to be getting up here. So a little bit, Mr. getting away with it just a little bit here. Of course, you have to send the goats up onto this side and send the goats over to this side. So you have to know what's going on or be prepared for this, like, in advance. But yeah, he gets the dock up, no real problems. Losing this HP, like, this doesn't matter. This really doesn't matter. Nonetheless, let's check out some relics over. You got the Scales of Echidna, with units getting a little bit cheaper. Come onto this side there, the Tail of Cerberus. This is such a big relic here. I love that relic. Over onto this side, the Feather of Befang. Damage bonus against buildings plus 0.2x. And finally, Cathara of Apollo. Villager movement speed plus 10% there. As the Berserk is back into the main base. I believe a house was forced here by a villager. Not really the end of the world there for the Mister. Is into the main base. He's going to be dropping a temple. And we'll see how things go. Well, look, okay, all right. I'll throw a little bit of constructive criticism. You can share this ox cart with this gold mine and save the dwarven mine. There you go. He could have done it. He could have. All right, temple coming up for Moscow. A little bit on the late end, but both players don't have the food just yet to advance. And we'll see how it's all going to go. Fishing ships coming up to the top here, grabbing all those spots. I'm really interested in exactly what Mister's going to be going for here, because when it comes, okay, when it comes down to the sort of like the top level, right? And you see a certain god getting picked. The god isn't getting picked because it's just overall better than the other god, right? That's not why a god gets picked here. That's not why Mr. is picking Thor over picking Greek here. It's because there's some type of game plan that he can go for, which gives him an advantage in this matchup. Or at least that's what the theory is, right? So that's why he's here. It's not because Thor is just overall better than Hades or overall better than Zeus by doing whatever you want. No, there's a very specific thing that I think that Mr. is going to be going for here. Mosker, on the other hand, he's got a really solid god here. So he's really good at playing defensive. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make this work. There is no angle to use Skylar here because the Dreki with that Arctic Winds is so strong. Like I said, you just drop a tower down. Just drop a tower down. It might seem crazy, but the amount of resources that get spent on Dreki? Crazy. Nonetheless, some walls coming up over here. Another house to come down. Both players getting their purse scene in. Well, actually, just purse scene coming through for Moscow. Onto the other side here. I don't see the purse scene just yet from Mr. as he's going to be going for a Dwarven Armory immediately here. And we do, in fact, see a fairly early Juggernaut to put some pressure onto this position. Okay, military academies coming through. Double military academy here. This is very, very important because your opponent can just bum rush you with a whole bunch of berserks if you're not careful. So need to be set up for all this stuff as the Valkyrie comes in, trying to spot some stuff. Over here, we got the damage coming in as this Valkyrie searching for early game Forest Fire. I wouldn't be surprised if he drops Forest Fire down onto a wood position, but there's already the storehouse up. Villagers over here getting pulled back as the Ajax is through to defend. Forest Fire gets dropped down as the villagers... Hello? Excuse you? Just walk through the fire next time, why don't you? Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Minotaur does get spotted. Ursera in. Dead Minotaur. Unless you can't... Wait, can you garrison? You can! Not dead Minotaur! Alive Minotaur! Inside a Trireme Minotaur! Let's go. Alright, the dog might actually end up falling here, but Mr. can just keep dropping docks over here. It looks like both players are looking for a next age. Archery range getting dropped down here. There is not an armory actually in for Moscow. Moscow is spamming units, so it looks like a heroic age, but it's not. There's going to be frost if this does end up happening, and and Moscow decides to throw everything at Mr. So it's not really a problem for him to really hold anything. But this could take Mr. a little bit out of book, so to speak. Oop, Valkyrie over here getting a little bit too spicy. We'll be able to pull that one back as we see the Skadi pre-queued. And slowly but surely these docks are going to be going down, but like, you can just keep putting docks down onto this spot. There's really no problems. As Aphrodite now queued up to the main base of Kotoska boss, just trying to see what's happening. Mr. at the moment, he's got just the one armory upgrade for now. So he's only got one villager advantage, so to speak, whereas Moscow, I believe he doesn't have this tech just yet. Doesn't have himself the upgrade for his free gold. Of course, it takes a little bit of time for it to pay itself off, but still. Meanwhile, heavy warships going to be on the way. And we do have heroic fleet coming through from Moscow. Okay, so this is going to be really interesting. The angle here for Moscow to defend against the Dreki spam, which is coming. Like, this is somewhat telegraphed from the Mister. Like, because we literally saw it happen in the Rapple Recon game, unfortunately for him. But can you beat... Do these Dreki lose to Trireme? I don't know. I don't know how broken they are. There will be immediately heavy warships. Arctic Winds is queued up. Over onto this side. Kraken coming through. Dreki on the way. The Kraken moved from the bottom to the top here, actually, because the dock was killed off. So one fishing ship goes down to the Kraken. A couple of trireme in here to defend. Sacrificing one of those. And we also see a Skylar in as well. Great, tricky play there from Mosca, but Mr. Quick to retreat. No problems there. As more Kraken are going to be starting to get queued in. Wait, does Mr. have himself the armory? No, he doesn't have this upgrade. I was thinking maybe one of the plans here was just a whole bunch of Hersa for a big amount of favor income early on for a whole bunch of those Krakens, but Mosca continuing to push forward here. As the heavy Dreki, they're just waiting on this tech. 40 seconds is a long time to wait. The Argo coming through. It will be popping out onto the bottom side of the map. As Mr. is waiting, watching. The Kraken will be able to come through and get some big damage done as this Skylar is going to get frozen up. Doesn't even have to worry about it after it's frozen. He can charge after those trireme here. He doesn't have heavy warships just yet. He's now going for it. There's a whole bunch of trireme queued up, probably on the top side here. Look at that. Freezes one. Still takes a while to take them down. Freezes two. And he manages to win over there. Onto the bottom side of the map here. The Dreki just piling on for the moment. There is the Argo, which is... I don't actually know if this guy can get okay, never mind. He can get frozen. He can get frozen. And now Mr. is heavily winning the water. Behind all of this as well, he's going to be able to have Dwarven Mines to keep himself afloat. He doesn't have to be panicking too much. Dock's getting cleaned up over here as Mosca is trying to get the units out to actually take out these heavy Dreki. And the trireme will be able to get something done. He's got to actually kill off the Dreki first, which is such a weird thing because you would actually expect to have to kill off the Kraken first here. Meanwhile, over onto this side, final dock going to be going down as the rest of these fishing ships end up getting cleaned up, and Mr. is well and truly in the advantage here. Over onto this side, Mosca getting caught out a little bit. Curse gets dropped though, so he's still got a lot of play here, and Mr. will need to pull back for the time being. There is still a restoration onto this spot, but there's just starting to get too many units here. Mosca, he has to drop it. He does come in. He comes in with some reinforcement, though, as Frost gets dropped. Leaves the Toxotes alive to chase down with those Jarls, but Mosca notices it. He's going to pull back immediately here. A couple of more reinforcements to start moving in onto this spot, but look at Mister's population. He's at 175 of 175 here. There's that second Dwarven Mine over here as well. Toxotes slowly getting slapped down. You can turn with the hoplites for sure here as he does decide, okay, now the fight is in. These hoplites need to have some sort of an escape path, whether it be with the trireme or what, I don't know. Be able to take out a couple of those Jarls as Mr. does forget about them a little bit. There's the Frost. Finishes up, and the hoplites will be pulling back. Sack the Nemean Lion with a bit of a stun at the very least to get your units out alive here, but Mosca, he's still okay, but he does need to get some units going. He's lost all his fish down the bottom. He's about to start losing the fish at the top as well. There's a very scary army for Mosca here is the only thing, but no Peltast in does allow those thrown axemen to get a lot of value here. That being said, the Toxotes, they're staying alive for a lot of this fight, doing a lot more damage, and Mr. does need to pull back. We still aren't seeing any Peltast coming through. Peltast is such a good counter to the thrown axemen. Over onto this side, fishing ships going down. Market to come through here from the Mr. Maybe looking to sell some resources as he's moving forward. Gets spotted there, losing one dwarf. Not the biggest of deals, but brutal. Over onto this side. Doc going down for Moscow. As the army charges forward ever so slightly. Got that great haul to come through as well. Still no help for it. No defense. But the army here for the Mister is only going to be getting stronger. Armory upgrades is already up to full bronze here. On the flip side, Moscow's only at full copper. There's a big unit quality differential here. And there's going to be iron weapons coming through. Heavy infantry on the way. The hill fort in the middle of the map might get caught here. It's got 10 seconds to finish up as Moscow sending villagers 40 now. Spots at 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 5 seconds. Couple of units getting picked off to finish it off though. So I think the hill fort will be more than up at the moment. Moscow can move over here if he wants. He doesn't need to be on this position, but he's going for the fight. He says this is the fight to take. Now pulling back though is the Jarl. I mean, you can't be taking this fight underneath the hill fort. Underneath everything else, Toxote control there from Moscow still on point as the villagers to move over here to a gold mine or something like that. As the hoplites turn in. You got to be careful with those hoplites. You can't have them on the front tanking like that against all those thrown axemen. Pulls back. Nice little positioning here now. But this is still the same sort of an issue as those Toxotes need to be taking down throwing axemen. They're doing so now, but the army differential seems absolutely gigantic. The army quality seems even more ridiculous. And the score differential now moves from 1-0 to 2-0 as Moscow taps out. And Mr. shows, well, I can play Greek on this map, sure, but I could also play Thor, I can play Tsukiyomi, doesn't really matter. I'll play whatever I want on Anatolia. You deal with it. And unfortunately for Moscow, not able to do so. Well, I mean, once you see the strat, you have to come up with some sort of counters for this sort of an idea. I love the idea of just getting watchtowers. It might seem expensive, but watchtowers in of itself, it's only 2 and a bit ships, right? Maybe 3 ships. Build a tower over here. All of a sudden, what are you going to do? You can't charge the tower down with the Dreki. I mean, if it's right next to the shore, you can. But you can put wall segment and then put the tower behind it. And that's going to be enough to defend yourself. Doesn't matter how many he's got. I think that's an idea. Alternatively, put a fortress down in the center of the map straight away. Get some Petropolis in to siege down the boats when they come in. Crazy ideas. We get a Chiron in to deal with the Kraken and things like that, rather than actually fighting straight up. I mean, the other angle would be to just wait. Is there a interesting technology here from the Greek side? There's Anastrophe, which does make the Pentaconda do bonus damage, but I don't think that's going to help you out too much. And yeah, there's nothing really for Dionysus either. Anyways. 2 games there for the Mister. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see. Alrighty. Our next matchup is going to be Nuwa versus Ra on the map Ghost Lake. So we're going over to Ghost Lake. What has happened here? It's better. Going over to Ghost Lake, it's going to be Nuwa for the Mister and Ra for Moscow. So, yeah, you go have a look. It's somewhat of an equal-ish matchup. I guess. Somewhat of an equalish matchup. But I mean, realistically, this map comes down to a few things. Goldmine situation, dealing with what both players can do. They didn't send me the room, did they? I need a lobby, guys. It's all right. They've already started. Let's have a little look-see here. Okay. Okay, they just started. We're all good. Well, if there's a time right now to see whether or not Mr. will actually drop a game in this tournament, it's got to be this one, right? I mean, of course, he could drop a game in the grand finals, but imagine getting to the grand finals and not dropping one game. That is what Mr. is aiming for here. That is what Mr. is aiming for. He's so close to it. Yeah, this is the last series of the day. If Mr. wins this next one, the stream does end. However, grand finals are tomorrow. So that's a big deal. We got 3 series tomorrow with the losers bracket finals, followed by the Challengers League finals, followed by the Champions League grand finals. We start at 1200 GMT tomorrow, roughly. Has anyone except the Mr. done this before, like undefeated? I think the closest was Magyar in a tournament. Yeah, probably Magyar, not dropping any games. I think he's probably done that. He was pretty dominant when he was. We'll see how things are going to go. I mean, like, Ghost Lake is such a weird map, right? There's angles to do Sphinx ideas here from the Ra. There's angles to do Farsick and Town Center plays. There's the really good, what's it called, Slinger type ideas. But I mean, if you go Slingers, you still have to face up against a really strong Cav from Nuwa. So it might not really be that much of an advantage to have. Yeah, I mean, that first game was very close. If you don't realize how close that first game on Step was, I don't know what you were watching. It was insanely close. Like little tiny mistakes are what dictate what happens in those sorts of games. The second game, that was a Mr. class. He just came in and he was like from start to the end. But I mean, this is a matchup here that I think Moscow is going to be pretty comfortable with. Though you can never be really comfortable versus the Mister. Mister doesn't make any mistakes though. Well, I'm not saying. Well, he made a mistake in that Anatolia game. He didn't share the gold mine. He wasted a dwarven gold mine. So yeah, I wouldn't say Moscow's at his peak yet. No. I mean, he doesn't have the tournament experience. That's the big downside for Moscow. This is the furthest he's been in a tournament, an S-tier tournament thus far. He's obviously been playing for a long time, but when it comes down to the difference between playing a $1,000 tournament on Legacy versus playing a $10,000 tournament on Retold, it's night and day what the pressure feels like. But yeah, Yeah, this is exactly right. Mr. has not only played all of the retold S tier tournaments all the way to the finish, right? He's been to the finals many times. He's done it many times. But he's also played Age of Empires 4 and got to the finals, and I think he might have even won a few of them as well. And he's also done all of the legacy stuff. He's done Age of Empires. He's done like StarCraft. He's done Age of Empires 4. He's done Age of Empires Online. He's done Age of Mythology Legacy. He's done Retold. Like, the list goes on. The list goes on. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no more waiting here. We've been yapping for a little bit too long. We're going in onto the map. Ghost Lake, game 3. We'll see if Mosca can get onto the board. It's 2-0 for Mister. Let's jump into it. If I can find the button. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Ra. I can't say tournament life on the line because he does go to the losers bracket if he does end up losing one more game in this series. His name is Mosca. He's playing as Ra, and he is looking for his first win here against the Mister. In the left-hand corner of the map, who's playing as Noir. The map, affectionately known as Goat's Lake. It's Goat's Lake because all the goats are on the lake. So you are seeing a little bit of a fight for the goats in the center of the map as one does get claimed over here. The Pioneer checking things out on this side, chasing down the priest. This priest is trying to get over here and grab these goats here. Can he find it? Will he get there? He doesn't see it. It's close. It's close. No. They're back. Generally, I think the way that I've started to approach this Goat's Lake map is I just say, I'm not even going to bother with the center. I'm just going to go off to the side and just, I get so unlucky in the middle that I'm just like, I'm not even going to try anymore. I'm just going to go for side goats and I'll work my way around. And if my opponent also goes for side goats, then I'll go through the middle. I've given up. Goat check. 10 goats for the Mister. 9 goats for Mosca. So not bad. Not bad at all. Let's check out some relics over here. We've got the Arrows of Heracles. Plus 5% of base there for the ranged soldiers. Down onto the bottom side, there is the Demeter's Throne. Food wood gold cost minus 50% of base. Over onto this left side, there is the Heavenly Jeweled Spear. Which is going to be those Halberdier and Spearman getting a little bit more damage. Very important relic there for Mosca. Harmonia's Necklace as well at the top. Plus 10% of base there for the gold gather rate. Some houses to come through here for Mosca as he's going up through Dart. A nice quick 4-minute advance time. He's looking for the fastest of second town centers here. Now, well, yeah, you probably want to go for the safe 4-minute advance time. There are a few 344 build orders that you can do to get the town center up a little bit quicker, but there's really no negative here for the 4-minute advance. There's not a whole lot that Noir can do to deny this, but Noir can go for their own second town center as well, as Mister has done something a little bit odd. He's got a second silo over here. His village is on this position and this position. He's going to be going for this town center, I think, as well. And he's going to be able to drop a earth wall right in the middle here, it looks like. Meanwhile, the Pioneer up to the top side of the map. Did Mr. grab himself his upgrade? No. No relics have piqued the interest of Mr. just yet. I mean, you don't have to rush them when you're playing against Ra. It depends on the Ra player, I guess. Maybe you do have to rush them against Ra. Nonetheless, Earthwall is down. Town Center is very much safe here. And Mr. will be going for a nice big boom himself. There's the Wadget. Just checking things out. There's not a whole lot on this position. Some berries. He wants those. A couple of goats, straggler goats getting spotted over here. There is also some caribou on the bottom side of the map as the Cheongchi wandering forward here. So Wadget will be pulled back. You can actually eat the Arctic wolves. That's totally true. Really no problems where that's concerned as the granite to come up. Villagers will pull back over onto this side as now Moscow has to deal with just 2 pioneers. I mean, you can deal with this with a pharaoh. You can do a bunch of stuff. You should probably pick up that harmonious necklace though, right? How is this not getting picked up? I'm going to stare at this until it gets picked up. You have a pharaoh there. Just grab it. Okay, I've committed to this. We're doing this. I can't. Alrighty, fine. No harmonious neck. And watch this. Mr. just walks forward and says, yoink. I'm literally bewildered that relic went into the hands of the Mister with Moscow having a pharaoh right next to it. Alrighty. The small things. It's the small things that matter. Alright, the villagers making their way up to the top position here. For more pioneers starting to come through. As the Cheongchi just looking for a little bits of pressure. As it's looking like it's going to be basically a fast heroic here from Moscow on this position. There's plenty of resources here. There's not really many ways to put any pressure on early game. I think for Mr. as well, it's going to be a pretty quick heroic age. He's making the Kwafu. He's over on this side, grabbing this hunt. Very, very unsafe, but he knows his opponent's not attacking him, so it's safe on that regard. As Sobek pre-queued, we're just over here. We'll need to just pop back a little bit. I mean, we do have an armory coming up over onto this side. Just grab the berry bushes. Why do we have to grab chickens? It's not important. Also, you can grab watchtowers here as well. It's so cheap for Egyptians to just defend all of this nonsense. But Moscow doesn't want to do so. He's going to be advancing momentarily. He gets that first age up in. Does have to also be concerned about grabbing this gold mine. But we still got plenty of gold back here. As the Pharaoh brought off the monument to the villagers. And the game to continue along. So Sobek versus Gormang. Maybe Gormang. Okay, never mind. It's Sobek versus Gormang. He's going to be moving it over into this town center so he doesn't queue it over a Kwafu or something like that. Has more pressure here over onto the food in the main base. There's not really anything wrong with grabbing husbandry and jumping onto herdables here either. Because you're going to be going onto farms at some point too. So, I mean, eating them super early, it's not ideal, but you can go for it. The Mister just getting some small amounts of value. Like, he's not doing anything. He's not killed any villagers, but just a little bits of niggly pressure here just to put your opponent on... Keep your opponent on their toes, so to speak. It's the Wadget trying to take out that javelin here, but good control from Mister just to dodge everything. And sun-dried mud brick through. And I don't think there's any world where he risks going over onto this position, but where do you want to put this town center up? Or this Migdol up? For more units charging in onto this front position here. Moscow needs to pull back. It's back into his town center. Over onto goats. And the Migdol is going up over here. As Mr. doesn't have eyes on that. But, I mean, if you don't see it in the main base with these things, you have to be thinking, well, where is he putting it up? And it is going up over here. But he's just going to pull back, looking to deal with the rock. There's nothing inside of the rock, though. It's just scouting. And there will be a Migdol in the main base and a Migdol over here. So I imagine Mosca is going to be looking for those camel riders for all of the raids. This is going to be the first time, I think, in this series where you've got yourself an incredibly open position to raid. There's lots of different spots. Camel riders are going to be the advantage for Moscow, right? Because they're faster, they counter. Well, they're not faster. They're the same speed as the White Horse Cavalry. But they do counter the White Horse Cavalry. So you've got to be somewhat careful here. As Mosca poking his head forward. The ballet is up. And after listening to that creation there is a heroic age creation as well. So that's quite a large amount of value out of that god power, which is normally used in the classical age to help get up town centers faster and things like that. So he's going to get an extra 4 villages out of it, which is not nothing. So it's a pretty decent amount of extra resources as Shaduf to come through. And Mosca going to be looking for things to raid. These villages over here are juicy. As the camel riders charging forward. The Tao Wu there in defense. You got to love it. He almost loses some pioneers. Nope. Not today, Sonny Jim. Now the upgrades for the camel riders coming through. Looking to push forward even harder as the camel riders pull back. A little bit more damage here as these camel riders, they do have their eyes set on those villages down there. So any little bits of damage come through. Let's have a little look-see here at how much line of sight he's got. You could sneak in this way to cut the villagers' retreat off, or you can go around this way and try and play You Don't See Me. As he charges forward over here, a little bit of pressure while the camel riders come through, and Mr.'s villagers will get hit on this position. You should be losing a few of these. 1, 2. Meanwhile, attacking up onto this position there. There is a Migdol over there, but just chasing this one in. Over up to this side. Turns around with the camel riders. There's only a handful of those monuments in, so he's not able to really get himself out a decent amount of those Petsukos for the time being there. And at the moment, all of the halberdier are so incredibly important for Mr. right now. He just got a huge amount of damage done as the camel riders charge forward, but now the halberdiers turn around, taking these guys out in the main base. Little tiny bits of raids as Mosca losing even more units here. I mean, Mosca at the moment, he is just simply missing... He is missing Petsukos. To put it bluntly, he needs some more myth units. Yes, there's a bunch of pioneers. Yes, there's also a sage. You can make chariot archers to deal with those. You do have a siege crossbow coming through, and Mosca gets caught out here. He's going to have to turn, try and take down the earth wall. He will break through it. Drops his locust down as well, and Mr. immediately respecting it to pull back. But now this forward position has got a wall up, and the siege crossbows are in to get damage done. Rain comes through here from Mosca to try and give himself a little bit of a life in this game, but he's still making Camel Rider into a whole bunch of halberdier, diving through the Migdol stronghold here, trying to get onto that back line, but the halberdier are going to be cleaning up everything over here, and Mr. is just like, thank you very much. I will continue to enjoy killing off all of your units here if you're going to continue to build nothing but Camel Rider into me. And siege crossbows take down the Migdol stronghold as Mosca taps out and Mr. claims the third clean sweep of the playoffs. He has made it to the grand finals without dropping a single game. Without dropping a single game. Absolutely insane. We can analyze this game to the nines, but the simple fact is those are halberdiers. These are camel riders. Halberdier, kill camel rider. You can try and outraid the halberdier by just saying, no worries, you can push me all you like. I'm gonna be in this spot killing all your villagers off, right? Like that's one way to go about it. But I mean, with these earth walls here and here, the villagers are so safe. That's not even an option. So you do need to get out either chariot archers, spearmen, or axemen, or myth unit as an answer for these halberdier. And Mosca just didn't do that. Like dropping a third monument, a fourth monument, going into a whole bunch of Patsukos from max range. That way you can't charge in with the halberdiers. That's a really good way to play here, but he doesn't find the angle. And Mr. does what Mr. does best. Congratulations to him. We'll be seeing him tomorrow in the grand finals. Mosca will be heading to the losers bracket to face the Rapple. Make sure you're here tomorrow to check it out. But that's the games for today. Oops, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. All right, let's jump over and check the bracket out. Alrighty, so these games are now done. Let me get rid of this thing. We'll turn this off. Ugh. And we'll jump through to the bracket here soon and see what we're going to be seeing. Alright, so you can see here we've got Mr. in the grand finals. He is awaiting the victor of Mosca versus Rapple in the loser bracket final. So we've already seen Rapple play the Mr. once, and we've already seen Mosca play the Mr. once. We haven't seen these guys playing each other. That's all she wrote for today, guys. It was a really fun couple series here. Some very high level age mythology. We've got, as I said, we've got tomorrow at 1200 GMT. Be there or be square. We've got some interviews kicking off from all the players based on some things, like all the top 8 players basically having a little bit of a chat. And then we're going to jump into our first games at 1400 GMT. That's going to be Mosca versus Rapple at 1400 GMT. And then it's going to be Nullus versus Deceive at 1600 GMT roughly for the Challengers League finals. And then it's going to be a little bit of a rest there for the best of 7 players. And then it's going to be a best of 7 between Mr. and the winner of Rapple, Mosca, for the Champions League grand finals. Anyways, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with y'all. Let me see if there's a little someone to raid at the moment. I mean, these guys are just watching the games, right? So, not really sure who to raid in this position. Let's raid this guy. This will be a fun one for you guys. Go and watch the #1 Egyptian player on the ladder and all the other good stuff. I'll see you guys later. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.